And we are live. Hello, 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 everyone. JLR Magnolia Investigates. Come on in, come on in. Continuous coverage. Sean P. Diddy Combs trial. A lot of people in the chat. Start piling in. Happy Friday to all of you out there. 6/20/2025, day 27 of the Sean P. Diddy Combs case, right in that courthouse that you see right there. We take you to 500 Pearl Street, New York, the federal courthouse, multiple floors up. Sean P. Diddy Combs on trial. As you know, Rico. Oh, look, might be one of his attorneys coming in. Sex trafficking, prostitution, you know those crimes. We've talked about that every single time we're live, and we are back. Possibly the prosecution rests today, maybe not. If they don't rest today, then they will most likely rest on Monday. Come on in. Juror issues. We were here 2 days ago. We didn't have court yesterday in observance of Juneteenth. Hopefully, y'all had a great day yesterday. Spent time with your loved ones, friends, family, associates, coworkers, whoever. Glad you're here. We're glad you're here. The day before, though, we didn't really get going, right? We didn't get going. We were only on for about an hour and a half until the judge adjourned because of a juror, a sick juror. Now, we don't know the status of that same juror, but I'm assuming the juror is healthy and well. And we hope all the jurors are healthy and well. And hopefully that same juror comes back. Come on back. We want this case to move forward. Though I think we might be an extra delay on the outcome of this case because of this shortened day on Wednesday. But guess what, folks? We also have a short day today. Today is not going all the way to 3 o'clock. We will only be here to 1 o'clock, it appears. 1 o'clock. We'll be here to 1 o'clock today. Apparently, there's something going on here. I'll get the actual specific on why it's only to 1 o'clock. Here we are, though. Nice, beautiful day outside the courthouse here. Brendan Paul, the drug mule, will be testifying today. Brendan Paul, the drug mule, who has gotten immunity. Multiple people has gotten immunity on this case. He'll be taking the stand. Apparently, there's a juror that has their son's graduation later today. That's why court will be short to 1 o'clock. Apparently, the prosecution has 2 more witnesses. Brendan Paul and a law enforcement officer. I know they said a few days ago that Brendan Paul, the prosecution said how long, the judge was asking as far as scheduling and whatnot, how long for Brendan Paul? And they said about an hour and a half. So we take in, there he is, the drug mule, the former Syracuse point guard, the man that got arrested around the same time as the Star Island and Los Angeles raids. He got caught with drugs, got a sweet plea deal. First time offender, though. And, hopefully he's doing well. He should be arriving any second here. Who do we got? Who's this guy? Oh, who are these people? Oh, some attorneys? Shapiro. Shapiro's in the house. I said, Miss Shapiro, good morning. One of P. Diddy's dream team of lawyers that traditionally jump through and come through between 8 and 8:30 each day. Chaos forever. Nice to see you. Good morning. So here's Brendan Paul, the drug mule, got immunity. What the talk of the town is, Brendan Paul will be talking about lots and lots of drugs, lots and lots of guns, and probably other criminal activity that we might not be aware of. But we've been hearing about this guy. This is another damaging witness on Diddy's part. So here we are, folks. Come on in, come on in. Juror, we still don't know about the other juror issue that happened a few mornings ago or a few days ago. We'll talk more about that soon. In the meantime, come on in. See a lot of our familiar Sean P. Diddy trial watching family. See a lot of people we recognize. Welcome back. Welcome back. Good morning. Hopefully everyone is doing well. We have the livest chat on the internet when it comes to the Sean P. Diddy Combs case. I am totally obsessed with this case just like you, but we're going to talk about another lawsuit that has been filed too against the rapper Fat Joe. Fat Joe's being sued now. Similar type of behavior, of course, of control. Fat Joe, the rapper Fat Joe, might be taking the same footsteps as Sean P. Diddy Combs. Fat Joe being accused of essaying minors. Oh, my goodness. Fat Joe lawsuit is just as wild as the Sean P. Diddy Combs indictment. Fat Joe being sued. Fat Joe is being sued, folks. Big deal. Now, you know this face right here, right? He's kind of comes up from the same era as Diddy, right? Rapper. He's known for that best hit, Lean Back. Lean Back. You know that? Lean Back. Well, Mr. Lean Back here, oh, man, he's hit with a $20 million lawsuit by a former hype man who alleges he committed, Fat Joe, multiple essays on minors and coerced him into more than 4,000 sexual acts. This is a big deal, folks. Fat Joe being sued by an individual by the name of T.A. Dixon. Wow. So, I mean, hype man, someone within Fat Joe's inner circle. He might be another Tootsie Roll right here. He might be another Tootsie Roll situation. A $20 million lawsuit. Usually, and guess what? Guess what? I read that it's a 157-page complaint. I haven't read through it all. I was skimming through some of the allegations. Tyrone Blackburn is representing the plaintiff, it appears. Blackburn was in this chat. He said he's going to give a statement at the end of this case in reference to some of the victims that he represented, including Bana. So Fat Joe is being sued. Now, we're going to talk more about this. Maybe one day he gets the RICO. You think Fat Joe will get the RICO? A lot of times these celebrities seem like it's lawsuit first, criminal charges. Oh, look, it's Mark Garrett's daughter. Miss Garagos in the house. Miss Garagos arriving to court today. Nice sunny day in New York. It's a sunny day. It's always sunny in New York. This trial pretty much every week, though. Hasn't it been like raining at least once a week? 72 degrees out. Beautiful weather. It's going up to 83. Yeah, Fat Joe. Fat Joe. Oh, man, I'm sure he doesn't want this publicity, especially when it is, at the same time of what Diddy's going through, because there's a lot of parallel things to this Fat Joe lawsuit on Fat Joe, similar to, things that Diddy is accused of doing. We're talking about 3 underage girls here. 3 underage girls. What is his real name? Joe Cartagena. He talks about his own name in his raps. Guess what's interesting, too, I noticed about Fat Joe? He's only 1 year younger than P. Diddy. Fat Joe is 54 years old. He comes up in the same era as P. Diddy. You know, you could call Fat Joe iconic, too. He's iconic. He's iconic in the hip-hop industry, in, the Terror Squad, Big Pun, Fat Joe, though, that crew, right? They have some standing, too, in the New York City area, right? Fat Joe, though, is, I've seen him do some political concerts in the last couple of years and stuff, and, he's still out there. He's still out there. I don't know if he's going to get canceled at this point, because they're saying, the hype man is saying that he had sexual relations with children who were 15 and 16 at the time. And guess what? In exchange for these sexual relations, he'd give the kids or the people cash, materialistic goods like clothes, and paying for their phone bills. Oh boy. Oh boy. One was a Dominican, 16 years old, was ordered to perform oral sex on him and other people in exchange for cash, clothes, payment of phone bill. So Fat Joe got some problem. Now, he's denying it. He's denying it. And then he's also accused of having a sexual relationship with a 15-year-old girl he met at a concert abroad. And he flew this girl from different locations around the country, from New York to Miami, and paid for her to have a Brazilian butt lift, according to the lawsuit. According to the lawsuit, he's paying a minor to get a Brazilian butt lift. This is Fat Joe. So, he's doing the same kind of things that Diddy has been doing but Fat Joe's, in a sense, could be even worse than Diddy if you think about it, because Diddy, it seems like all of Diddy's victims were adults, right? Adult entertainers, cowboys for angels, escorts, whatever you want to call them, the Craigslist people, the guys, the entertainers, Punisher, Sly, Anton, Paul, you know them. But all of them are adults, right? It's still a crime. But what Fat Joe is accused of doing is putting these minors on these planes and hopscotching them all around and doing things, or making them do things to him in exchange for financial stuff. That is crazy. And then the guy, the hype man, is also suing Fat Joe for coercive labor exploitation, financial fraud, sexual manipulation, violent intimidation, and psychological coercion. You heard that word, coercion, similar to Diddy. The former hype man alleges that Fat Joe made him perform coercive sexual acts over 4,000 times. Over 4,000 times under duress and surveillance. Wonder if they were taped. So it seems like Fat Joe here is probably in his own freak-offs and things like that, whatever he's doing behind the scenes. That's what we were talking about, this whole Diddy case. This whole Diddy case as going to embolden others and, or not embolden, but others come forward, other victims, other people for other rappers will come forward and spill the beans. I think the lawsuit has at least some merit here. It doesn't sound frivolous to me. I mean, you have a lawyer that's signing on to it, Tyrone Blackburn, signing on to it. We'll see what happens out of this. Will this turn into a criminal investigation on Fat Joe? So I just wanted to bring that up while we, talk about the Diddy case. We're going to listen to Brendan Paul. Here's a new report that came out. So we're going to drop Fat Joe from the mix here. We'll talk about him maybe later when nothing else is going on. But let's get back to Sean P. Diddy Combs. We'll probably have a Fat Joe indictment live down the line. Maybe not. Maybe Fat Joe will once maybe be a defendant in that courtroom. Who are the other rappers out there too? Stand by. Remains to be seen. This is far from over. Now, some new information about the Diddy case that's coming out. The judge has ordered prosecutors and defense attorneys to begin preparations for deliberations, which could start next week. There you go. See what I'm saying? He wants the government to prepare a laptop with exhibits and for both sides to confer on potential redactions from the transcript of testimony jurors want to hear again. The court recognizes that the parties will likely be unable to meet and confer on such redactions for the entire transcript. Now, who is this? Is this Westmoreland? Let's see who pops up here. I think it's Westmoreland. Well, we shall see. No, it's Brendan Paul. Brendan Paul, look at him. Slick glasses, coming in with an attorney. Mr. Tall. He's tall. Former basketball player. Looks like flanked by two attorneys or maybe flanked by a government official. Looks like one of them was a Fed. Brendan Paul, the drug mule. It's all about the Pauls. It's all about the Paul today. It's all about the Paul. He's going to share a lot under immunity. All right, so we know that Brendan Paul has arrived. Now, I haven't seen Attorney Mark come in. I haven't seen Brian Steele come in yet. Haven't seen Mama Combs come in. Mama Combs. Yeah, it's going to be a nice day in New York today. 83. Whoa. It's going to get hot next week. Literally next Monday, and we'll be covering the case. It might be 100 degrees there on Monday. Holy smokes. 100 degrees, man. Hot. Getting hot in here. Getting hot. They're bringing the heat. Now, we hope the juror is safe. The juror that has been sick, vertigo. Hopefully that juror has recovered. Now, will that be juror number 7? Peggy K77. Thank you for the comment. Commander Kevster. Thank you for the comment. See a lot of our familiar faces here. Darla, good morning. SG1007. Hoping today is a good day. Yes. Chaos forever. Nice to see you here every day, all day. Hanging out. Got one of the liveliest chats on the internet. Make sure you spread the word. We're going to have a big verdict watch party in here. We're going to have a big party in the house. And we will be here live when this verdict watch. Now, will the verdict be, hey, happy Friday, Jonathan. Look, cheers. Look at this. We look the same. We're matching. Cheers. Cheers to you. Always drinking out of the mug. Coffee, tea, juice, Gatorade, Powerade. Everything goes in the cup. Sheila B. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for being a member for a month. We appreciate you. A month. Hopefully there's many more months to come. Many, many more months to come. So, like we discussed, we're going to have Brendan Paul and a law enforcement officer on the stand today, followed by maybe the law enforcement officer doesn't hit the stand today and that ends Monday. We shall see. the timing makes me feel like 9:30, everything starts. They'll probably do some housekeeping. Paul might be on for an hour and a half and maybe Cross for an hour and a half. Yeah, I'm not so sure the law enforcement, the last person, unless the prosecution rests with Paul. I think they have one more after Paul. Really, they said a couple days ago there was two people. Two more people after Paul. I'll get the names here. Joseph Circolello and Omar Hazarari. Two individuals. Now, one of them appears, they said they had one after Paul, but they have two names in the pipeline. I don't know which one would be. I think both of them are law enforcement. So you're going to end in law enforcement. Ready. R-E-D-D-I. Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening, wherever you're at. I know a lot of people watch from around the globe. It's probably halfway through the day. Our international friends, our friends from the UK, our friends from Africa, our friends from Australia, our friends from New Zealand, our friends from the Middle East. A lot of people watching. East of us. And a lot of people watching west of us, the West Coast. Hello, our West Coast friends, our Midwest friends, our mountain friends, our Alaskan friends, our Hawaii friends, our Canadian friends, our friends from Mexico South, through South America, Central America, all our friends. Did I miss a spot? I think we've named across the entire globe, right? European friends. Got a lot of friends from around Ireland. I saw Ireland in the chat. Might as well just drop where you're from. It will prove my point here. Drop where you're from. Look, Paris. Got Paris in the house. Wisconsin. See what I mean? Denmark. See? Malta. Hey, I was looking at Malta. Malta's interesting, Malta. Little island off the coast of Italy. Malta. I was looking at some videos the other day of Malta. It's like really easy to get citizenship there in Malta. You have to invest a little bit in the economy. You can become a citizen. Switzerland. Look at that. And then we got all our American friends, cities all across the United States. UK in the house. See, South Africa, Ontario. Got Canadian. We got a lot of people. I'm trying to see if I missed a country. Thailand. Hello, welcome. Thailand, Sydney, Australia, Ghana. See what I mean? Got it all over the place. This is an international case. A lot of you from all around watching, because all of us know Diddy. I don't know how old you all are. God bless all of you, whether you're 99 or 1 year old. I am 48. So growing up in the 90s, it was for me Diddy, Fat Joe, and those type of rappers from New York City. I lived in Philadelphia. Didn't really listen to a lot of West Coast rap, being from the East Coast, though I did listen to some West Coast rap. But it was New York City rappers like Diddy. Well, you can call Diddy a rapper or whatever. He's rapped, right? Biggie, Nas, Jay-Z, Wu-Tang Clan, DMX, Rough Riders, all of them, A lot of you listen to it, right? A lot of you bop your heads back and forth listening, right? Even up to this lawsuit that's in, filed, Cassie lawsuit. I was listening to Diddy still in my Spotify playlist. Diddy, Victory, and Diddy and the Fam, Black Rob, like, whoa. G-Dep, Special Delivery, and unfortunately, I can't listen to Diddy anymore. I just can't. I can't do it. I can't listen to Diddy anymore. We'll never feel the same. But now it really put me in a loop because I question some of those other rappers around that time. And hopefully none of them did the same stuff. We know about partying and all that. There's, that's party, that consensual stuff, you would assume. But Diddy had a dark side to him that was beyond evil. A very sinister, sick, crazy lifestyle that has now brought to life. And I'm not with it. I'm not with that. And I can't support that. I can't support even you know, even though music is separate from that lifestyle per se, but the music subsidized that lifestyle because all of us buying his records and, you know, clicking on links to, you know, buy a $1.99 track. Part of those proceeds most likely went into his pocket, Diddy, and he used that to buy J&J baby oil, the Astroglide, set up the hotels, the financing, all that, right? We in a sense subsidized it. So it's crazy. It's crazy. Now there's people in the chat that feel, there's some people in the chat that feel Diddy is innocent. And this has not been a RICO case. There's some people in the chat that feel that this is just, you know, adults doing adult things in their private life, and private sex life is not criminalized. There's people that feel that way. We let all opinions fly here. I'm not shy to give my opinion. I feel like the prosecution has proven RICO beyond a reasonable doubt. We shall see, though. You never know with the trial, and you never know with the jury. You never know with the jury. You just never know. So come on in, come on in. We are outside the courthouse. When this gets started, we will, you know, set everything up here, have all the links like we normally do, and then read off what is happening. And as I said 2 minutes ago, court is now in session. Court is now in session. So they're probably going to be doing some housekeeping measures. Maybe talk about the juror. The juror, okay. What about the other juror? What about juror number 7 that they were talking about? A CO court hearing the other day. We still don't know the outcome of that. We shall see. So come on in, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome all of you in the Sean P. Diddy Combs case. And we shall see what happens in real time. Real time. Yeah, it's going to be interesting here listening to Brendan Paul. He's probably going to talk about different types of drugs, different types of guns, weapons, things like that left around his area. SG 1007, thank you for being a member. Really, really appreciate you. So, yeah, this is the scene outside the courthouse. They'll probably shift the camera over to when his mom enters. Brendan Paul, former Syracuse University basketball player, will take the stand today as prosecutors wrap up its case. He is to testify about drugs he allegedly provided to his former boss. He had been ready to testify on Tuesday, but testimony from a summary witness ran long, which that was Agent Penland. Did take longer. The court was adjourned early on Wednesday because a juror called in sick. And one of the jurors has a graduation today. So these jurors actually can affect this case. One of the jurors has a graduation, a family member a graduation to attend their son's graduation. We're short today, but it's cool. We're here whether it's 1 hour, 3 hours, 5 hours, 7 hours. We've been here as long as 9 hours. So we're here. Let's continue the conversation. The other feeds are starting to come up. We shall see. We shall see if anything is going to be mentioned about juror number 7 in that hearing. Will there be an alternate with this case? JLR investigates. Hello, hello. Mike J. Welcome to JLR Investigates. Appreciate you. Appreciate, we got a lot of other people jumping into saying hello. See Sheila. I see Julie Harris. Hello. Reddy Williams. Hello. And hello. There's just so many. We could say hello forever and ever and ever. So how was, what do you think Diddy's been doing for the last couple days? How do you think Diddy's feeling right now? Do you think he's feeling good about the case? Do you think he's worried? Should he be worried? I could tell you, I don't think anyone would want to be on that hot seat at all. Where's Mama Combs? Mama Combs is not here yet. Waiting for Mama Combs to come around. I haven't seen Inner City Press post anything yet about All Rise, housekeeping measures. Washington Post doesn't have their feed up yet, I don't believe. No, I don't see their live feed. But they should come up soon, too. CNN. Don't forget CNN. See CNN. Got a few journalists out there. Continuous live coverage. All right, CNN doesn't have their feed up yet, too. So they'll be up shortly, too. So we're waiting on CNN. We're waiting on Washington Post. NBC has a feed up. We're waiting for Inner City Press. Everyone's probably trickling in, kind of like it's like yesterday was equivalent to a weekend. People are just staggering in, sometimes on a Monday, people kind of are tired, whatever they've done over the holiday. We've actually had 2 days probably holiday on this in a sense. Yesterday, no court, and all afternoon on Wednesday. No rest for us. We continue to talk about so many other things out there. And here we are. Sean P. Diddy Combs. Should he have taken the plea? Diddy, can't you see? Why didn't you take the federal plea? Why didn't you take the federal plea? Diddy, can't you see? Why didn't you take the federal plea? Why not? Disturbing new images from Diddy's home shows cache of weapons, bullets, and mountains of baby oil. So throughout Diddy's house, Mapleton, they found all that stuff. Same thing they found at Star Island. They found all types of baby oils, 200 bottles of baby oils, 800 lubes of Astroglide, weapons, including one weapon with the serial number off. All that mountains and mountains of evidence being used against him. Can you explain, based off everyone's testimony at this point, can you explain and justify the amount of baby oil? I don't think you can. And I think the jurors are definitely going to look at that and say, what reasonable person has so much baby oil like that? I can withdraw in the last 48 hours. Let's go, Juan says. Withdrawals. It's a pretty good, there's a couple good Twitter accounts. I like the Diddy docket. I don't know if you guys ever seen the Diddy docket. I don't know who runs that account, but Diddy docket's doing a phenomenal job of just talking about all these lawsuits, other victims that are not victims in this particular RICO trial. They just posted about another lawsuit against Combs by a DJ named DJ Short E. DJ Short E was a lawsuit that was filed in Dade County, Florida, 5/21/2025. His name is Eric Mashiev, and is suing Sean Diddy Combs and Bad Boy. RICO stuff, a bunch of RICO stuff. So Diddy, just there's so many lawsuits. I mean, we could be here forever about the amount of lawsuits that have been filed. But each one of these victims, man, shares a story. And I think 90% of these lawsuits are not frivolous. Some are goofy, though. Some are really goofy and strange. And thank you for the gifted membership. That is, we got 2 people. Allison Wood, 1 gifted membership, courtesy of Allison Wood. Thank you, Allison Wood. And 1 member, lucky member, welcome aboard. And SG, gifted membership. Thank you. Another gifted membership out, courtesy of SG1007. We appreciate you. Hopefully, y'all stay as we go across the country, coast to coast, covering true crime cases. This is our one that we've been invested in. As a lot of you know, a lot of you been here since day one. We are at day 27, and we are here just getting started, just getting ready, waiting for some of these things to come up. But yeah, the lawsuits against Diddy just keep piling up and piling up, piling up. I mean, at this point, I'm thinking, is Diddy going to file for bankruptcy to avoid paying these people out? Because there's just so much stuff out there about all these people that are suing him and all these different parallel type of SAs and RICOs, course of control. And it just shows just Diddy, man. I'm shocked to the core that he was able to get away with all of this for so long. Like a lot of this probably could have been brought into life 10 years ago, and his reign of terror would have ended then. Because it's just so much. It just goes on and on and on. Come on in, folks. JLR investigates. United States federal courthouse. You don't want to be a defendant in that courthouse because you will be doomed if you do. Diddy on the hot seat. We shall get some information coming out. Court should be in session in about 10 minutes. So stand by 10 minutes and we'll be all up to date here. They said the judge is already on the bench. We're just trying to find out what exactly is going on inside the court. Diddy trial updates. And here we are. Diddy is facing new allegations as well from a man who says Diddy SA'd him in a steam room and tried to force him to do oral on him. He beat up Diddy and ran and told a gym staff. That is crazy. Now, Diddy's doing things to men in a steam room. And this person went and told the gym staff. So things like that. Things like that, folks. The lawsuits just keep coming and coming and coming. Things like that. Lawsuits. Every month it seems like a new lawsuit is coming up against Sean Diddy Combs. All right, Washington Post. What do we got? Washington Post, Diddy. We're going to get everything situated here. They don't have a feed up either. So Washington Post and CNN do not have their live ticker feed up yet. The only one we have right now so far is NBC. Come on in. See a lot of people starting to come in. Continuous coverage. We'll read what is happening. I don't think the inner city press arrived yet that we've seen. So this will be interesting. Hopefully people are in there be able to relate the information. Day 27. There is a new defense exhibit that came out. TMZ is reporting Cassie threatens man over freak-off video. New Diddy defense exhibit. Diddy's defense played jurors an audio recording of Cassie confronting a man who she says had told her he'd been shown a video of her doing a freak off, and now we're finally getting to hear what was played for the jury. In a batch of freshly released Diddy defense exhibits, there's an audio file that Diddy's defense team says features Cassie making threats to a man she calls Sugit, Sugit. The recording was played in court over a month ago during Cassie's testimony, but it's only now being made public. You got to listen to the clip. You can hear Cassie tell the man she will kill him if he doesn't immediately show her a video. She says she's never killed anyone but would kill him because he's messing with her life. So it's crazy stuff. We'll get the recording up soon. We'll get that recording up. Judge is on the bench. How Wednesday's delay can impact the trial. So the trial, Sean Diddy Combs, was adjourned for the day Wednesday after one of the jurors called in sick. A move that potentially throws a major wrench in the scheduling of the trial. The judge said he believes the juror's absence was a one-day issue, but regardless, it does throw off the court's tight schedule. The judge has said since the start of the trial he wants this to be done by July 4th. So there's a conviction. Boom! Happy 4th of July, fireworks. We, the jury, find Sean P. Diddy Combs guilty of RICO, guilty of sex trafficking, guilty of prostitution across lines, trafficking, prostitution, guilty. The judge wants this, or not guilty, or not guilty, or not guilty, or not guilty. But the judge wants this done by July 4th. Prosecutors were expected to rest their case today, but with Wednesday's delay, they most likely won't rest until sometime on Monday. Court was closed yesterday. Today is 9-1. The defense has said they expect to use between 2 and 5 trial days to make their case, and closing arguments will take additional time. All those steps needed to happen before the jury begins deliberating, which makes for a tight schedule if we're aiming for a verdict before July 4th. So we might not get a verdict till the weekend after 4th of July. That's what they're now saying. So it went from verdict before July 4th to now verdict after. Okay, so we got something about juror number 7, new information. Judge said the defense application related to a juror has been denied. The defense application came up early this week regarding a man who was juror number 7 at the time. The judge said the juror was questioned. In a trial, a juror defense application is when a defendant's lawyer requests to have a juror excused from the jury. Oh, the judge denied the defense application related to a juror, which is juror number 7. In a trial, a juror defense application is when a defendant's lawyer requests to have a juror excused from the jury. So what are they saying here? That the defense wanted this juror number 7 gone? Is that what I'm hearing here? We have that audio recording, by the way, of Cassie supposedly threatening someone. So we're going to get that up here any second. Stand by. Get this recording. Got a recording that has now been recently released just to keep people up to speed.
Yeah, you don't have to see it, but it's my life and I'll kill you.
Yeah, but
No, I will kill you if you don't show me right now. I will kill you and I will hide you and I will cut you up and put you in the dirt right now. Pull it up. If you have it, pull that up. Because if not, I'm going to kill you and then he's going to kill you again. So just do it. Pull that up right now. You got that pull that up. I'm going to kill you. You don't understand. I don't give a I've never killed anybody in my life, but I will kill you because you're with me. You're with me in my life right now. If I saw a video of you doing anything that you didn't want people to see, I would show you the video so you could tell me what the happened. You're playing games with me, telling me you saw some now you're saying you didn't see some you're with me. I'm going to you up. I don't think you understand. And it's not going to be my hands, and it's not going to be blood on my hands. Someone else is going to do it. So you have to tell me right now, and I'm recording this whole shit. FYI, tell me what the you're talking about. Because this is not cool. We're not playing. I'm not playing with you, Sujit. Like, you saw some Yes, you're my brother. Be my brother and tell me what you saw. You're going to be able to find it?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
My bad. My bad.
So, yeah, let's talk about that because that was what the defense played in court that has now just recently got released. Apparently, it's authentic. TMC got this, and I'm sure they got this because of, you know, the defense or whatever like that. So, it must have been Sly there. Must have been Sly. But that's what's going on. Woo! So we're about to get underway here very, very shortly. Come on in. Judge is on the bench. They're saying the jurors are still trickling in. So all the jurors are not there yet today. It appears also that juror number, the juror that was sick is okay now. So we're about to get into the all rise soon. Oh, there goes Aaron Katursky. All right. So we muted it down. Let's get this party started. Apparently, some of the jurors are still trickling in. That's what Inner City Press just put out. Going back, CNN new report, it says judge denies defense request regarding sealed issue with juror. The judge denied a request from the defense team regarding a sealed issue as to a juror. The judge did not elaborate, so it is unclear what the request was. But NBC News was like the defense was trying to get rid of this juror. In the past week, the defense lawyers and prosecutors addressed an issue about juror number 7 under seal regarding communications with a former colleague about his juror service, according to a letter filed by the government. The way NBC News was like, in a trial, a juror defense applications when a defendant's lawyer requests to have a jury excused from the jury. So that's kind of weird because didn't the prosecutors bring this to the judge's attention about juror number 7? Now the defense was the one that was trying to get rid of this juror. It's a little confusing, and I think maybe the media out here really doesn't know, and they only can speculate because of that sealed, the issue being sealed in court the other day. But nevertheless, this juror is apparently going to stay. Juror number 7. All rise. All rise. All rise. United States of America versus Sean P. Diddy Combs is now in session. Your Honor, AUSA, may I place a document on the witness stand? Yes, all rise. All right, so we got a binder. Binder. Oh, look at this. All right, got to turn the volume up a little bit. Here comes Mama Combs. Here comes Mama Combs. Mama Combs has arrived.
Oh, man, just scoot over just a little bit. Thank you.
There she is. 9:05.
Janice, good morning.
Got a cross.
Janice, good morning. How are you feeling?
Have a good day.
Got the cross. All right. The mother of Sean P. Diddy Combs arrives. She's been there probably most of the time.
Good. I didn't want to step out and get shot.
All right. We like to turn the volume up just in case they like to give a statement. She only usually just says good morning, hello to the people around her. So court will give proposed jury charge today. Today, the court will provide the defense and prosecution with the proposed jury charge, guidelines by the judge, and to the jury before deliberations. The judge said the proposed charge will have instructions regarding potential modifications the defense and prosecution may have. And both parties will have the opportunity to ensure nothing is missing. So they're all lining everything up here before it hits the jury. But the defense still has to go. And they said they got 2 to 5 days of testimony here. All right, Inner City Press is there. So that's good. We got that. We also got CNN in the house. And we also got NBC in the house. In the meantime, keep your comments coming. The case of Sean P. Diddy Combs, day 27. 27 days of testimony. The lot. 27 days testimony. I don't think the Washington Post reporter, their live feed is not up. I don't think Washington Post is in there today. Send this out here. All rise. The government may call its next witness. Here we go, folks. Brendan Paul, AUSA. First, Ms. Garagos and I would introduce some exhibits. Combs' Garagos, all under seal except one, omitted. AUSA Schmeiser, the government calls Brendan Paul to the stand. Brendan Paul, here we go, drug mule, is now on the stand. All the jurors are there. So the vertigo juror is okay. So that's good. Cheers. Happy healing. Not good to be sick. All right, so Paul's up on the stand. And of course, you know, they've been putting up all types of sealed exhibits and everything like that throughout the course of this trial. Some of the stuff we'll never even know what they put out. Maybe later on, maybe not. Paul on the stand. Ex-assistant Brandon Paul will finally give his testimony. Brandon Paul, a former Syracuse University basketball player who used to work for Combs, is mentioned in 3 sexual assault lawsuits filed against the producer, including one last year that described Paul as Combs's drug mule. Paul was arrested on drug charges March 2024. Around the same time, federal agents raided Combs's 2 homes. And also Jane Doe's home, too. Don't forget that. But the charges against him were later dropped. Like other ex-employees of Combs, Paul may have valuable insight into how the producer and his inner circle operated. But it remains to be seen how much access he really had and to what extent he can solidify the government's charges. Here you go. AUSA. Do you recognize this person? Tuxedo photo shown. Paul says, Sean Combs. Positive identification. I worked for him until I was arrested at a Florida airport for possession of cocaine in my personal bag. Whose drugs was it? Why was it there? Oh, I was sweeping Mr. Combs's room. Oh, it's Combs's drugs. In my personal assistant bag. Ooh. All right. Possession of cocaine in my personal assistant bag. Getting rid of the drugs. How did you come to work for Mr. Combs? Through Revolt. Through Eli. He told me. Get in to get out. If you have a girlfriend, break up with her. You'll never see her. Basically, they warned him. Get in to get out. If you have a girlfriend, break up with her. You'll never see her. Meaning he's going to be working his butt off for Combs Enterprises. That's what they warned him. Get in to get out. That's an interesting philosophy. Get in to get out. That's what they told him. And if you have a girlfriend, you know, that's probably implying because we have plenty of girls all around here at Bad Boy. You don't need a girlfriend. If you have a girlfriend, break up with her. You'll never see her. Did you interview? He said late October 2022 at 200 South Mapleton Drive. And you know that's his Los Angeles home. All right. So we have a date where he started working. Late October 2022. So, you know, less than 3 years ago. That means no time for girlfriend. Yeah. I wonder how much his salary is going to be. It'd be interesting. You know, one thing we've noticed about the men in this case, the men get 6-figure salaries while the women get like not much. It's a pattern. We shall see. He probably said, I got 100K a year or something, or up to 100K. All right, so that's where we got there. Waiting to see updates. Come on in. JLR investigates. Get in to get out. Drugs. Sweeping Combs' room. Does that imply that he knew the raid was coming? And he got some of the drugs out of there? We're going to be here probably about 90 minutes with this guy. How were you greeted there? Oh, here you go. Right off the rip. Went for a job interview late October 2022 at Combs' home. He says his ID was scanned and he had to sign an NDA, non-disclosure agreement. He name drops 2 other people that were there present. Dun, dun, dun. KK. Of course, Christina Coram and another guy named Frankie Santello. Whoa! Whoa! This is crazy, folks. Did they hire you? Yes. And guess what he had to do? I guess his first day of the job. Oh, I would pack a lot of joints in the garage, marijuana. Yo, they made him start packing joints in the garage of Diddy's Los Angeles home. The very first day, it looks like. Oh, that's crazy. He goes and gets a job, works for Diddy. He's brought to Diddy's Los Angeles home. His ID gets scanned. This is some New Jack City stuff. Seriously, you know, when they're making all the drugs, making all the crack cocaine, they're all in this room making you know what I mean? This is what we got going on here. His very first day on the job, he signs an NDA, they scan his ID, and then he starts packing marijuana joints in the garage. Drugs. For the enterprise. Whoa. Now, that's just normal, folks, right? When did you meet Mr. Combs? Brendan Paul says KK came to the garage and told me to come to a listening party in the backyard and take notes. So they put this dude to work right off the rip by packing marijuana in the garage. Like there must have been pounds and pounds and pounds of marijuana. That's crazy. And then KK comes to the garage and tells them to come to a listening party in the backyard and take notes. What was KK's role? Chief of staff. He says, chief of staff, help with the family. P. Diddy and the fam. Did KK use Mr. Combs' phone? Yes. How many assistants did Mr. Combs have? At first 5, then 4, then 2. Given my college basketball background, I helped with Mr. Combs' workouts. Yeah, because he's tall, right? Tall, athletic, point guard. Who is this? Picture, Jonathan Perez. So it corroborates Jonathan Perez as working for him. Remember Jonathan Perez? And this, it's a butler named Frank Rodriguez. Frank Rodriguez, the butler. So they're showing pictures of the inner workings of, Combs's people. Looks like so far, he said Combs, KK, him, Jonathan Perez, and a butler named Frank Rodriguez. What did Mr. Combs's butler do? He would stand next to Puff. He called him Puff. Give him water, chapstick, whatever he needed. So he just testified that Combs had a personal butler that would be right on his side and give him chapstick, maybe even put the chapstick on him. I don't know. Gives him water. He stands right by Puff's side, the butler. He has a butler. He has a personal person right next to him that just does everything to him. Here, blow my nose. Here, give me some chapstick. Here, give me some water. Here, give me this. Give me that. Water boy. Did you have group chats with KK? Yes. Turn to the binder and flip through it. Dun, dun, dun. Ooh, the inner workings of Bad Boy Entertainment / Enterprises, Bad Boy Records, whatever you want to call the bad boy. Brendan Paul's spilling the beans. Oh my goodness, he's spilling the beans. What else would a butler do? Farnsworth. Farnsworth. Yo, got a butler, man. What a life having somebody just stand by you and just do everything for you. All right. It also says, according to CNN, there's a report. Brendan Paul says he worked as an assistant for Combs in late 2022 after graduating college and stopped working for Combs when he was arrested on March 25th, 2024 in a Miami airport. So he stopped working for him at the time of the arrest. He said he was on his way to a family vacation with Combs when he was arrested for possession of cocaine. It was in my Go Yard bag for personal assistant duties. Go Yard bag. Paul said he was sweeping Combs's room and grabbed the cocaine to put it somewhere else, but forgot to remove it from his own bag before leaving for a trip. So we got more insight. A Go Yard bag. I have to Google Go Yard bag. Put it in his Go Yard bag. The cocaine. Oh, okay. Yeah, kind of like these bags are like, whoa, these bags are expensive. Dude, Brandon Mule had like $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 bag here. He said he's also been hired to work on food and physical conditioning for Combs. Paul says Combs' team seized upon his background as a college basketball player, having him work on food and workout planning for the music mogul. Paul played 2 seasons at the end of the Syracuse Orange basketball bench. He was on the bench from 2018 to 2020. So Combs is like, you're physically fit? Yeah. You're physically a fit. Why don't you give me some workout tips? Pack that marijuana in that garage, but also give me that. Give me the tips. I want to work out. So that's, he's the workout guy, probably the nutrition guy. Didn't they have Paul, though, the personal trainer? Diddy's trying to get fit. So he's describing. he's describing. Mr. Paul, there he is. I would assume that this would be very, very damaging testimony. They're turning through and flipping through a binder. A binder has entered the chat. Chapstick. From the butler. Take that, take that, take that. Take that, take that, take that, Diddy. Diddy, Diddy, Diddy. Can't you see? Federal prison is where you'll be. Maybe, maybe not. What do you think? Drug mule's already testifying. Along with everybody else. This is like the 33rd witness in the case. 30s. It's in the 30s. Lots of people have testified. Now we have another inner workings. By the way, he got immunity. He got immunity, ladies and gentlemen. He got that immunity. So you don't have to worry about being prosecuted, does he? Not at all. He got that immunity. All right, so they're still at that turn to the binder and flip it through. So everyone has to scan their ID, work it, and sign NDAs. Oh, well, guess what? NDA sounds like it's null and voided at this point. He signed an NDA and he's still testifying against them. It shows how those NDAs really work. It's just a piece of paper. Are NDAs really legit or not? Because he signs an NDA, yet here he is on the stand, disclosing everything. So how's that NDA going for you, Diddy? Those NDAs, pretty much worthless. Just a piece of paper. Or I think the government's testimony supersedes an NDA. Government, right? Is there a better picture of Brandon available? I mean, he looks, you know, there's pictures of him going into court with sunglasses. There he is. We'll keep that picture up. The other picture that we were showing was his mugshot. Former assistant testifies he knew going in working for Combs would be a tumultuous job. Brendan Paul testified he first heard about the opportunity to be Sean Combs' personal assistant from Eli, one of Combs' former assistants. He told me to get in, to get out. If you have a girlfriend, break up with her, and you're never going to see your family, Paul testified. Paul, he understood what the other guy was saying. It was going to be a really hectic job that required all of his attention. Paul interviewed for the position in the fall of 2022 at Combs' LA home. Before entering the home, he gave his ID to Combs' security and signed an NDA. He then met with KK, Combs' former chief of staff, and Frankie Santella, Combs' music manager, for about 20 minutes. Paul said he started working for Combs a few days later. In his first weeks on the job, Paul said he worked out of Combs' LA home and mainly received instructions from other assistants. As you heard before, he was in the garage sorting through marijuana. In the garage. That's what he said on the stand. He also said during the course of his employment, he helped handle Combs' travel logistics and packing, and helped Combs with his fitness, workouts, meals, and music-related needs. Paul said he would pack marijuana joints in Combs' garage. All right, so we got more information here. Salary. This is what we've been waiting for. Salary. And like I said, who's this but Fahim? Fahim. We call him Fa. Fa. What was your salary? Dun, dun, dun. Starting at 75, then 100K. So here's another one that got 6 figures. I got paid bi-weekly by Combs's Enterprises. Combs's Enterprises. So he's another one that got significantly more money than the female assistants got, right? Shows a pattern. 100K. But you have to drop your girlfriend. You have to drop. You're never going to see your family. You're going to be working 24/7, 365 under Combs's enterprise. He got paid bi-weekly. Where did you live? In an Airbnb in LA and Miami. I wonder out of that salary, though, did he have to pay his own Airbnb? Where did KK stay? He says in LA, in an apartment 4 minutes from 200 South Mapleton. In Miami, she stayed in 2-Star Island. Oh! Well, that's some interesting information about KK. When in Miami, KK stayed in Diddy's house. Huh. And we are wondering, if KK and Diddy, they're so close. You got some things going on between them. Are they sleeping together? Well, he just said in Miami, KK would stay at Diddy's house. And in LA, she's only 4 minutes away. Cassie, how far was Cassie from LA, from his Mapleton? She was just down the road too. Enough that Diddy could go visit Cassie in a golf cart. Remember a golf cart driving to Cassie's home? Cassie's spot. Hoo-hoo. Did you accompany Mr. Combs to paid club appearances? Did you join Diddy to paid club appearances? Yes. He would ask for $150,000 and they'll have to sell things for him. Oh. Paid club appearances. So, if you were a club out there and you wanted Diddy to come to the club, Diddy would demand $150,000. And you have to sell things for him. That's interesting. $150K to show up to a club. So that's what Diddy was getting every time he was going to a club. $150. Plus you had to sell things for him. What did you take to stay awake? Here we go. Adderall and sometimes cocaine. Adderall and sometimes cocaine. What was your job? To make sure Mr. Combs was always happy. He'd say, I don't take no for an answer. Whoa. He told us to move like SEAL Team 6. Ooh, SEAL Team 6. Always on the move, right? Now the AUSA says, did Mr. Combs fire you? Paul says, yes. For forgetting his fanny pack when he went for a walk. He said, I don't want to see your face anymore. Tell KK you were fired. So Combs once fired him because he forgot Combs's fanny pack. And he called a fanny pack a Lululemon fanny pack. If I'm saying that correctly, a fanny pack. So it's kind of the pattern with the other employees too that were threatened to get fired if they didn't do this, that, or the other. Some would actually get fired or suspended for being insubordinate. Well, he's saying at one time he forgot Diddy's fanny pack when Diddy went for a walk. And Diddy said to him, I don't want to see your face anymore, because he forgot the fanny pack. That's how crazy Diddy is. And he'll just sit there and think he just can fire people just for crazy little things. As we heard from other employees, the threats of fire and the suspension for being insubordinate. Crazy stuff. You're fired. Did you ever complain to HR? Paul says, no, that wasn't a thing. Why not? He goes, HR even forgot to pull my federal taxes my first 8 months. Oh, HR forgetting to do federal taxes. Is it federal taxes? You just go to Mr. Combs. Oh, are they really doing taxes there at Combs Enterprises? We talked a little bit about, we haven't even skimmed the surface if taxes were done correctly. He's saying that HR even forgot to pull my federal taxes my first 8 months. You just go to Mr. Combs. Did Mr. Combs use drugs? Yes. Ecstasy, cocaine, and more. Cocaine, ecstasy, and more. What is in this photo? So they're showing him a photo. My hand, his hand in the photo, with ecstasy and pink cocaine. Pink cocaine. Ecstasy. Why did you take the photo? To ask staff what to do with it after I found it. I was told to put it in his bag. Did you buy marijuana for Combs? Yes. Drug deal right there. Rico. Drug deal. He bought marijuana for Combs. He saw Combs take numerous types of drugs. Combs didn't take no for an answer. Paul testified that his job was to make sure Combs was happy and carry out all requests. And Combs would not take no for an answer. Combs compared his staff of assistants to SEAL Team 6, demanding they move with no failures. He also recalls days without sleeping and using drugs. Workplace environment, folks. Paul recalls days without sleeping and using drugs. Paul testified that the longest he went without sleep working for Combs was 3 days without sleep working for Combs. 3 days he went with few naps. Oh, kind of reminds me of those other victims when they had jobs, right? Mia, days without sleeping. I was young, so I was able to handle it, he explained, noting he'd take Adderall and rare use of cocaine. He noted that prior to working for Combs, the only drug he consumed was smoking weed. So he's saying he had to take Adderall and cocaine to stay awake. Goes on to say, this is his work We're getting the inner workings of the workplace environment. Combs' former assistant says he worked up to 100 hours per week. Are you kidding me? 100 hours per week. That's literally like 7 days a week, 15-hour days, 14-hour days every day. Maybe they made them work 5 days a week. That would even make it even more. 20-hour days. So just like the others that have testified, working for Combs requires almost working nonstop throughout the day. Pretty much you have no time to yourself. You have very little time to even sleep. So others testify they will work 20 hours a day and sleep like four hours a day. Forced labor, folks. It's forced labor. Yeah, you got paid $100K, but would you do that for $100K? Would you sit around and work like that? Let's go on. Phillip Pines got his name dropped. Did you buy marijuana for him? Yes. From who? Phillip Pines. Phillip Pines. We've heard that name over and over throughout this trial. Looks like he got marijuana from Phillip Pines. Puffed like sunset sherbet. Sunset sherbet. Who were the other drug dealers Mr. Combs used? Here we go. One Stop. One Stop. We still don't know One Stop's identity. Guido. We've heard about Guido throughout this trial. And Baby Girl. Baby Girl we've talked about too. We don't know who we don't really know the real names of any of these drug dealers, but those three names have already been mentioned in this trial. One Stop, Guido, Baby Girl. And I think it's spelled O-E-I. Who's this? Guido. Funny smile on face in photo. They're showing Guido's face. Oh boy. Drug dealers. Drug dealers right now are being exposed in the Sean P. Diddy Combs trial by Brendan Paul, former assistant Syracuse basketball player, testifying with immunity, has just name dropped drug dealers. He's named One Stop, Guido, Baby Girl, Phillip Pines. Name got dropped. Pink cocaine, buying drugs, taking drugs. One Stop will never get revealed. You know, on Wednesday, the defense was trying to get stuff out of their exhibits in reference to One Stop. One Stop seems like, to me, based off what I've been hearing, One Stop, I believe, is based in Los Angeles and Guido based in Miami. Because every time they mention One Stop, it's always centered around Los Angeles. I didn't really hear One Stop centered around Miami or One Stop in New York. One Stop seems like it's the LA drug dealer here. One Stop. I hope he's going to go into the witness protection plan. I mean, he was walking pretty loosey in and out of that courthouse there. I mean, maybe he needs to get some witness protection plan after this. Sunset sherbet means hybrid marijuana. Yeah, that's a new one. I'm not a drug guy, so. Yeah. Weed strains. It's a certain type of marijuana here. Your next door neighbor could be a drug dealer. All right. So Showing a picture of Guido, one drug dealer. Here we go. It goes on. Is this your chat with Baby Girl? Baby Girl, another anonymous drug dealer. What is happening? Jonathan Perez is introducing me to Baby Girl. She'd ask me, is it for you or Puff? I replied, Puff. But tell anyone it's for me. Why? Because Puff is a high profile. So we used aliases. Oh, there you go. So another scheme here. Couldn't say it's for Puff because Puff is a high profile person. So we used aliases to get the drugs. Drugs. Brandon Paul talking about the drugs. Combs never took no for an answer. His operation is SEAL Team 6. Crazy stuff, man. SEAL Team 6. There's your drug dealer. Because he actually got the drugs himself, then dealt it to Combs. So you could arguably say he's a drug dealer too, or he got the drugs for Combs. So he's part of this whole mix. He worked his butt off. Did Mr. Combs use Cialis? Oh, Cialis, yes. We put it on his nightstand. Oh, Mr. Combs. Dun, 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 dun. Drug mule Brandon Paul just confirmed that Diddy would use Cialis. Cialis is a, you know what, it treats erectile dysfunction. Cialis. What? Crazy. He used, apparently Diddy had erectile dysfunction. They put it on his nightstand. Your message to Love Red Phone. What does it mean? I call Puff Love. His red phone was personal. The business phone was yellow. What did he text you? I guess that would be Xanax, Xannies. All right, so now we have different color-coded phones that he's testifying about. The phones. A red Love phone, which was Combs's personal phone, and the business phone, the yellow phone. Red and yellow, red and yellow, red and yellow. Red, personal, yellow, business. Puff is known as Love. You know, he does like to call himself Mr. Love. Love, love, love. Prosecution is actually embarrassing him right now by saying, oh, you got Cialis for him for his erectile dysfunction? Yes, we put it on his nightstand so he can use for freak-offs. Most likely. Or what else would he use Cialis for? Xanax. Cialis. Cialis and Xanax. All right, yeah, so, you know, dude is spilling the beans on him. We'll continue to get more. Got a little red phone. I know a lot of people in the chat refer to Diddy as Mr. Tootsie Roll. itty bitty Tootsie Roll. Making fun of his manhood. Yeah, he said his starting salary was $75,000 a year. He later got a raise to $100K. He testified that he got paid by Combs's enterprise. He said he frequently traveled for work. He flew with Combs on his private jet 3 or 4 times. But he said he usually traveled separately so he could get there early to set up his rooms. So when you walked in, everything was seamless and he had everything he needed. Paul says sometimes other employees like stylists and photographers would travel early with him as well. When he traveled for work, Paul said Combs' travel manager would book his travel. Paul said the longest time period he worked without sleep was when they were in New York releasing Combs' latest album. Paul stayed awake for about 3 days, although he took some naps in between. I was young, so I was able to handle it. Paul testified he took prescription Adderall and the rare use of cocaine to help him stay awake and alert during his employment. He said he also smoked marijuana during his employment. And they're noting that immunity. So everything he says, he cannot be prosecuted for. He's already shared all types of criminal activity already. Here we go. How did you pay for drugs? Cash. From a Gucci bag or security, usually Fahim. There you go. Mr. Fix-It. Fahim Muhammad. His chief of security from like 2020 on. Fahim would give him the cash in a Gucci bag. In this text, what is flowers? Marijuana. Did you also call it tree? Yes. Here, Fahim tells me I'll get paid back once Duke comes on shift. Who's Duke? Did Mr. Combs have you take drugs? Yes. To test his pink cocaine. Did you want to take it? He says, I wanted to prove my loyalty. So Combs actually would test him, I guess, and have him take some of the pink cocaine. What were Wild King Nights? Here we go. King Nights. Freak offs time. Mr. Combs and significant others, drugs and sex. King Nights. Did Jane participate in Wild King Nights? Yes. Did Mr. Combs' other girlfriends participate in Wild King Nights? Not that I'm aware of. Who called them Wild King Nights? KK. I'd just say he's going to hotels. KK would call them Wild King Nights. So KK knows all about this. You know that. It's already been testified. KK knows about these King Nights, Wild King Nights. He's helped facilitate them, book them, get all the products, the cleanup. KK's all in the mix, organization. But one thing I find interesting, though, is he was asked, did Jane participate in the Wild King Nights? Yes. Did Mr. Combs' other girlfriends participate in Wild King nights? He says, not that I'm aware of. Now, that's an interesting answer. But again, another person in the mix corroborating about these Wild King nights. Sex, drugs, cash to pay for drugs, drug dealers, cash given to him by Fahim. KK up in this mix. Shows the inner workings on how this RICO operation worked. Paul testifies he was given directions about what drugs to buy. The witness recalled being asked to buy thousands of dollars worth of drugs, marijuana, cocaine, pink cocaine, ecstasy, ketamine were all on the shopping list. He recounted with drug dealers by the names of Guido, One Stop, Baby Girl, and OVI. Who is OVI? So that's another one. Combs would constantly threaten to fire him. One time did, but the other assistant said, just keep a low key. And then he was never fired, but Diddy threatened to fire him after he didn't bring Diddy his fanny pack quick enough. So we got some information about that. He ended up not getting fired. KK just told him to keep a low profile and it will blow over. And then they're saying days later, he saw Combs and Combs would just be like, hey, like totally forgetting that he fired him for not bringing him his fanny pack. So we got some more insight on that aspect. The fanny pack. Oh, new meme alert. New meme alert. Chapstick. Chapstick. So we put up a new meme. We just whipped this up real quick. Brendan Paul testifying about the butler, about the inner workings. Applesauce, you see baby oil. Crazy stuff, folks. And he's wearing the sweater, as we've discussed. Tootsie Rolls, too, on the counter. The nerd defense. Chapstick. So yeah, he's spilling the beans. Did Mr. Combs stop using hotels and move them to the residences? Yes, after Cassie's lawsuit. Holy crap, we got new information. Whoa, this is pretty big, folks. This is pretty big. Brendan Paul just testified that after Cassie's lawsuit came out, they stopped doing, well, he's saying that Combs stopped doing hotels for freak-offs and moved it to his residences. Whoa. That means freak-offs were happening at LA, at Mapleton, and Star Island in Miami. You know what that means? That validating why the feds found all those products at his home. He's saying that they started doing freak-offs at the residences instead of the hotels after Cassie's lawsuit. What did you do? He said clean up afterwards. He would be the cleanup man. Whoa. Now, I could have sworn I believe the way Jane was talking as if they were still doing freak-offs in other places, I guess. But he's testifying they would do them at the residence. Maybe they still did them at hotels, but he's saying they did it at residence. He cleaned up the freak-offs. So there answers your question, ladies and gentlemen, about the feds raiding these places and finding all those baby oil bottles, Astroglide, high heels, drugs, whatever. Brendan Paul just said after Cassie's lawsuit, they would have freak-offs at the homes. What does this say? That Jane is coming in. Brandon is setting it up. Wild King Night. Wild King Night's kind of like a code word. But he also still talking about hotels too. Where did you make the reservation? Nobu. Where was this Wild King Night? Jane's residence. I wrote running to Walmart for them. KK asks, is Wild King mode active? With a question mark. Oh, KK's like, is it going on or what? Or Gucci bag active? What did you say between the two? So they're using code names now. And even KK's using code names. They would use code names like Wild King mode or Gucci bag active. Code names. And she's inquiring about this. So they have like an operation. They're calling these things certain names. SEAL Team 6. Gucci bag active. Gucci bag active sounds like to me is cash in the bag. Cash in the bag. Drugs, cash to pay off the entertainers, escorts. This is some crazy stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Brendan is literally sharing the inner workings of how these people operated with their freak-offs, their delivering of drugs, and the money. And also testifying about the inner circle of Diddy knew it helped. Not just Diddy, but his inner circle. Two names stick out the most of this. KK and Fahim. KK and Fahim seem like they are, as from 2020 on, well, KK go all the way back, but up to it, it's an entire operation. And everyone has a role. And I guess Fahim's the one that would be doing the bag transactions, the cash, to get cash, to give to the assistants, to buy things, the drugs, facilitate freak-offs, products. KK's like the one that's inquiring about the entire setup, the operational aspect. And King Combs is the godfather. Everyone's doing things at his direction and making sure he can facilitate this freak-off. The inner workings. Notice two people that have not testified at this trial. Fahim and KK. Yeah, they're in trouble. Incoming indictments against them. Unsealed indictments against them. Incoming. NBC report. Paul testifies he did drugs with Combs to prove my loyalty. You know, probably Combs would probably made him do drugs in front of him to make sure he wasn't a cop. Probably too, right? Or wasn't, you know, some of these like mob bosses and everybody would say, you know, let me just say case in point, you know, when I did time in the feds, I talked to a lot of the drug kingpins in a lot of the cities, right? Even some mobsters or wannabe mobsters, you know, and they've actually, you know, I picked their brain a little bit about, you know, what they've done and everything like that. And it's been known that the mob bosses at one point would make their employees do things. Sometimes before conversations, they'd make them jump in the pool, to make sure they're not wearing a wire, and then come out with a towel, then have a conversation. Another time, they'd make them do drugs in front of them at different points in the relationship because they know if they're working with the feds and everything like that, they can't necessarily do drugs like that. Or if they're undercover, things like that, to test loyalty. It's a really sophisticated operation, it seems like Diddy had here. 2 Days after the trial, Diddy said he was going to testify. He 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 said he was going to Brendan Paul did drugs with Diddy. Diddy wanted to test loyalty. Crazy stuff, man. This wasn't anything about music. This was literally a RICO operation here. He pays all these employees to help facilitate what he's trying to do. How did you know what to buy for Mr. Combs' Wild King Night? Brendan Paul says, we had a shared document in the notes. Who was responsible for the Astroglide? He says the property manager. I didn't think 200 South Mapleton manager was good, so photo. I don't know what that means here. Oh, property manager. Some people are speculating it's the Steven guy. But the property manager. Brendan Paul spilling the beans on the stand, ladies and gentlemen. Former drug mule to Sean Diddy Combs working under immunity. Good morning, Restored Faith. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Restored Faith, courtesy of Restored Faith. 5 new members of JLR Investigates. Appreciate it. Thank you. Missy. Thank you for the gifted membership, Missy. One other person. So that's a lot of gifted memberships. Appreciate that. Allison Wood. Thank you for the gifted membership. SG1007. I think I've discussed you guys earlier. Thank you for the gifted memberships. New members. Leah Norman, thank you. In my Nancy Grace voice, Diddy is going down. I can't speak like Nancy Grace, but Chastity, thank you. In my Nancy Grace voice. Oh, Nancy Grace. Crazy, folks. We continue to post up on the screen what is going on here. The testimony of Brendan Paul continues. Astroglide. You know, the prosecution has just basically explained through Brandon why all those supplies that were found at the raids. It's because freak-offs were happening at 200 South Mapleton and also Star Island. Now, this is being explained right here that's on the screen. Brendan Paul continues with his testimony, and he says, I took the photo to show the manager how to lay out the Astroglide in her bathroom. Who'd you put in for the cash? Robin at TriStar. So Robin, another person that has been discussed a lot about this in this trial. Robin, he would put in for cash through Robin at TriStar. So they got bookings and accountants that are distributing the cash for these Wild King nights. Did Mr. Combs personally contact you for Wild King nights? Yes, by voice notes or FaceTime. Boom, there's a connection. There's a connection between the both where he just testified that even Combs would contact him about the Wild King night. So it's not only the assistants, but he just testified Combs did too. Nailing Combs. Directly. Like a direct conversation between Paul and Diddy about Wild King nights. By voice and on by voice notes or FaceTime. So they communicated. But reading more into it, because I'm looking at NBC, it's for and from Wild King Nights. So during the King Nights, it appears. NBC just elaborated a little bit on that. But from the King Nights, too. From the King Nights. From the King Nights. Caught. You're caught, Diddy. You're caught. This guy's testifying clearly that you were there from the time, too. For and from the time. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So basically, he's an eyewitness. An eyewitness. From Wild King Nights. For and from. He's an eyewitness. Brendan Paul says, he called me to go get a sex outfit, but he never called me back. How did you clean up afterward? I wore gloves. Why? Sanitary reasons. Who? Sanitary reasons. Of course you would wear gloves. Who wouldn't wear gloves if they were forced to clean up after a freak off? And you know what those freak offs consist of. Oils all over the place. Blood. I don't even want to get graphic here, but I'll say it one time and one time only. Semen. Messy stuff all over the place. We've heard honey and Astroglide all over the place. Carpets, walls. He said he wore gloves after cleaning up the mess. Why? Sanitary reasons. Ugh. Crazy. Is this a photo of the day you were arrested? Yes. March 25th, 2024 in a rented jet. Crazy. Dude, they probably have to wear hazmat suits. Right? After these crazy, wild King Nights, you would think you would have to wear a hazmat suit. Fumigate the whole place. My goodness, this is crazy. Okay, so we're getting into the time he was arrested. But he's already shared. He's an eyewitness to this. He helped set it up. He didn't talk about guns, though. Yet. But he talked about freak offs at the properties. He talked about him working like a slave. He got paid. I mean, he got paid $100K, but 100 hours a week, $100K a year. I don't think any reasonable person would want to do that. The cocaine you were arrested with, was it Mr. Combs' cocaine? Brian Steele, objection! The judge sustained that. ASA, was it your cocaine? No. AUSA, was it Mr. Combs? Objection! Judge said overruled. Yes, it was Mr. Combs' cocaine. Boom! The cocaine he was arrested with, he just confirmed on the stand it was Mr. Combs' cocaine. It wasn't his. He said it wasn't my cocaine. It was Mr. Combs' cocaine. And the prosecution brilliantly was able to get it out of him. And the judge allowed it. At first, the cocaine you were arrested with, was it Mr. Combs? Objection, sustained. So the prosecution then goes, was it your cocaine? No. That allowed the prosecution to ask, was it Combs' cocaine? The defense tried to object to that again. Judge overruled it. It was Mr. Combs. Combs got his drug mule, Brandon Mule, to say on the stand that it was Combs's cocaine. Combs, you're in trouble. You're in big, big trouble here. Combs is in big, big trouble. So now we know the drugs wasn't even Brendan Paul's. It was Sean Combs. Of course he's going to testify against him. Why would he want to go down with the ship? Unless you think Paul's lying, but I mean, why would he lie when he's on the stand with immunity? And if he does lie with immunity, he could be in big, big trouble. You just tell the truth. That's all you got to do is just tell the truth. He invoked the fifth. He gets immunity. So there's no reason for this guy to lie, because if he lies on the stand right now, he could be in big, big trouble if he's caught lying. He got immunity. You don't need to lie. Shouldn't lie anyway, but there's no reason to lie. What did you do after your arrest? A diversion program, drug treatment. No further questions. That's it. No further questions. Brian Steele's up, folks. We have cross-examination right now. So the prosecution just finished with Brandon Paul. He shared a lot. Oh, a lot. Here we go. Steele, very first question of all the questions. This is what Steele asked. You walked up to play basketball at Syracuse for an iconic coach. Yes. You played at UNC, but COVID ended it. Yes. All right, so we're now at Steele asking him about basketball. Starts out with basketball. Of all the things, you start out with basketball. You work for an iconic coach. Maybe he's trying to imply that you just wanted to work for the top dogs of everything. You went to Syracuse to work for to play basketball for what was the coach at the time? Jim Boeheim. If I'm not saying his name right, you know what I'm saying. Syracuse, the iconic basketball coach, got a lot of wins. So I think maybe the angle here is you just want to work for all these top-notch people. You're a clout chaser or something. Maybe, possibly. I don't know. I don't know where it's going to go with this. We'll see. You played UNC, but COVID ended it. Yes. Boeheim. Thank you. Boeheim. I wonder what Syracuse coach is thinking, that one of his former players is now involved in the Sean P. Diddy Combs RICO drug sex trafficking conspiracy here. So in the meantime, I'm just going to read some of the recap here. CNN put out. Paul testifies Wild King nights stopped at hotels after Cassie Ventura filed lawsuit. Brandon Paul said Sean Combs, former chief of staff KK, didn't really want him involved in Wild King nights for some reason, but set up and cleaned up after a few times while he worked for Combs. Karam called them Wild King nights, Paul said. Paul said he only recalled Jane, one of Combs' accusers, participating in Wild King nights with Combs during his tenure with Combs. Paul testified his understanding of Wild King nights included partying, alcohol, sex, and drugs. The nights were at hotels during the beginning of his time with Combs, Paul testified, but Combs stopped holding them at hotels after the Cassie lawsuit. Yeah. Combs wanted to stay under the radar. Instead of being possibly caught at hotels having king nights, freak-offs, he wanted to switch more where he had an addiction. Even after Cassie's lawsuit, he couldn't quit. He couldn't quit. He couldn't just stop the freak-offs. Stop. What did he do? Started having him at his own home. Boom! Justifies why all those things were raided, were found at the raid. Unbelievable, folks. Crazy. Now Steele goes flat out. You weren't just a drug mule, were you? Objection. Overruled. I was not just that. It was a minor part of what you did. Absolutely. Personal use, judge is like, rephrase. So Steele's trying to get him to say, you weren't just a drug mule, were you? It's just a minor part of what you did. So Combs got him to admit that he's done other things. He didn't say what, but, other assistant stuff for Combs. But the drug mule was just a little part. So he's trying to get the jury to see, well, that was just a small scope of the grand scheme of his job requirements. So he was a drug mule. Like, literally, that was, yeah, exactly. Like, you still got him to admit that you were a drug mule. I mean, why would you even do that, Steele, like that? But I guess Steele wants to say, well, there's a giant piece of the pie here, and Brandon's working around the clock doing all this stuff, and just a small portion of that job is about being with drugs and, whatever he was testifying about. That just a small part of the big picture here. Prosecution tried to object to that. Judge overruled it. Not much of a defense. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We shall see. All right. In the meantime, let me go back to the CNN report. This came out 2 minutes ago. While he's being crossed, I'm just going to recap a little bit about what he's discussed and get some more context. Former assistant describes how he would set up a room for Combs before a Wild King night. Brennan Paul, a former assistant for Sean Combs, testified that when he set up for a Wild King night, he would ensure the room had baby oil, alcohol, small toiletries, and extra sheets and towels. He said the assistant shared a list that included all the items needed to set up for those nights. Paul said he often obtained supplies through Combs's property managers because they're on his property. Remember, after Cassie's lawsuit, they wanted to take it to Combs's property. He said if he paid for supplies with his personal credit card, he was reimbursed through Combs's financial personnel. Paul said he once provided Combs with $5,000 cash before a Wild King night, and he said he got the money from security, Baheen. He testified that another assistant told him he once left cash in an envelope at the front desk of a hotel. Paul said Combs would sometimes contact him during a Wild King night via audio message or FaceTime. Boom. At the scene. Right there. The jury saw a photo of outfits from a sex shop that Paul sent to Combs. So Paul's running around to sex shops. 2 for Combs. Paul testified that Combs had asked him to run to the store while he was with Jane, but Combs never responded after Paul sent the photos of the outfits. So not only that, setting up freak-offs, reimbursements, property managers, involved here with obtaining supplies. Him himself testifying that Combs would FaceTime him during the course of these King nights. Also that he's out there buying sex outfits, I guess, outfits at sex shops. He's all involved. All involved. I'll get a little bit of more context about the Wild King Nights after Cassie's lawsuit. Paul testifies Wild King Nights stopped at hotels after Cassie Ventura filed a lawsuit. It's interesting, too, because remember, Jane testified about the incident with Anton at her home that Diddy was paying for in June of 2024. That happened inside a residence. Didn't happen at a hotel, right? Brandon Paul said Sean Combs' former chief of staff, KK, didn't really want him involved in the Wild King Nights for some reason, but he set up and cleaned up a few times while he worked for Combs. Yeah, we read that one already. That's crazy. He said Wild King Nights, partying, alcohol, sex, or drugs. And it would transition to Combs' homes after Cassie's lawsuit. New report. Paul wore gloves to clean up after Combs' hotel nights. Paul cleaned up hotel rooms after Wild King Nights about 3 or 4 times. He testified the rooms were in disarray, and he would put towels and sheets into a pile and throw out empty bottles of baby oil and liquor. Paul said he wore gloves during the cleanup for sanitary reasons. One time, Paul saw a white powder that he believed was drug residue. He testified. The jury saw a photo of a hotel room with sheets covering the furniture. Paul testified that he sent the photo to Combs' travel manager to give her a heads up that there might be some damage charges. So we also gave a heads up about rooms that were messed up when they were being done in the hotels. Here's another thing that's out. Now, let me read this, continue to read this. Steele's going on. Let's see the angle he's going here. So going back to continue on the cross here. Steele says the hotel nights were personal. Objection. Rephrase. Steele, it was Mr. Combs and Jane. Relaxation. Personal, right? From your observation. Yes. Did you see Jane as hesitant? I did not. Here's another question he asks. If you saw non-consensual activity, you would not have worked there, right? Objection. Sustained. You would not work for a criminal, would you? No. You cared about your reputation. Yes. So he's saying, like, Steele's getting him the mid. If you knew he was doing criminal activity, would you work for him? No. But he's getting drugs for him, so I don't understand that. You think getting drugs for someone is legal? Combs is Steele. You were arrested for 27 grams. Barely personal use. It was a mistake, right? Yes. And the case was dismissed. Yes. Did drugs make Sean more focused? He got extremely creative, Paul said. There's a lot of debate whether drugs make someone more creative or not. Paul just said it made Sean more creative by taking these drugs. But he wanted to get Paul to say, look, you saw Jane and Diddy, he didn't see Jane resisting, hesitant. Nope. And he thought it was just Jane and Combs having relaxation, personal time together. He got him to admit that. So the defense strategy clearly sees here that they're trying to make this just a consensual thing, personal time between Diddy and Jane that Paul was responsible of setting up. I don't know. You think the feds are just trying to make Diddy a kingpin when he's really not? I mean, I can't explain all the drugs and all the freak-off material found in his homes. Sounds like it's some big scheme to me. Paul says he was absolutely not a drug mule, so he doesn't want to even be called a drug mule. Paul was asked directly if he was some sort of drug mule and responded, absolutely not. He said that he did personally handle small amounts of drugs at times, and he understood those drugs were for Combs's personal use. So the defense is honing in on just as this being all personal. Paul testifies he didn't tell law enforcement cocaine wasn't his because of loyalty to Combs. That is interesting too. Goes on to say, the jury saw a selfie of Combs, his former chief of staff, KK, and his former assistant, Brendan Paul, on a private jet taken on March 25th, 2024, before Paul was arrested for cocaine possession at the airport. They were about to take off on a flight to the Bahamas for a vacation with the Combs' family. Paul testified he hasn't seen or spoken to Combs basically since that photo was taken. Interesting. But Paul didn't tell law enforcement that the cocaine wasn't his that day. When asked why, Paul said loyalty. But he testified today that it was Combs. By the time, he didn't say it was Combs. He took the rap for Combs, basically. But the way I'm reading it here is he took the rap for Combs, but Combs and Paul hadn't even spoken since that photo was taken. That's what he testified. He hadn't seen or spoken to Combs since. Paul testified that the charges against him related to the incident were dropped because I have a really good lawyer. Says he completed over 20 drug classes and submitted random drug testing. Now, I have a lot to... that's interesting. But we'll go on here today with Combs and Steele. Combs is Steele. We have a sidebar, by the way. As you sit here today, are you indebted to Sean Combs? Brandon Paul says, good experiences for the most part. No further questions. Sidebar. Before redirect. All right, so we got a sidebar. They might take a break. I don't know. They might take a break. But one thing I find interesting is the way he's saying it is after his arrest, he's never spoken to Combs or seen him ever again. And he took the rap for Combs at that time. But now is saying that the cocaine was Combs and not his. He took the rap for Combs at the time for loyalty. Do you think that he could be testifying because he feels like he's betrayed, in a sense, by Combs? But he had no choice because he got the immunity. But does Brendan Paul feel like Combs betrayed him? Because after the arrest, Combs didn't even help him. He took the rap for Combs for the drugs at the time. But he also testified that ever since that, he's never spoken to Combs ever again. So, like, Combs dissed him. Like, Combs, like, literally threw him under the bus. That's what. So now it's kind of like revenge time here. Green Eye Sparkle. Hey, thank you, Green Eye Sparkle. You following what I mean? Chastity says, oh, yeah, you already said that, Chastity. I'm looking in the colored comments here. But now that I think about it, folks, I'm thinking, do you think Paul was like, yo, why am I hit with this? And Combs is not even helping me. Well, that's interesting. All right, so we are on a sidebar here. Witness recalls his time as a student athlete. For just a moment, the witness, Paul, was brought back to some more cheerful days of his life. As a walk-in on the Syracuse Orange basketball team. Under cross-examination by Brian Steele, Paul was asked to confirm that he was an all-ACC academic team member in 219 to 220 and that he played 2 minutes in the Orange's final game of the 2020, a March 11 victory over North Carolina at the conference tournament in Greensboro. The Orange didn't get to play the next game as the tournament was canceled due to COVID. Combs' ex-assistant says handling drugs was only a minor part of his work. Defense attorney Brian Steele started his cross-examination of Sean Diddy Combs' former assistant Brendan Paul by asking him about his background. Steele mentioned that Paul walked onto the Syracuse University basketball team. Paul confirmed that he worked hard and strives for perfection. He said he was willing to work long hours for Combs and learn from the exposure he got to the music industry through Combs. Paul confirmed that handling drugs was only a minor part of all the work he did for Combs. You are not some sort of just drug mule, right? Brian Steele asked. He goes, absolutely not. Paul said that he believed the drugs he had obtained were just for Combs' personal use. Steele asked if Paul thought Wild King nights were also personal for Combs. Paul testified, I consider it to be like an escape, Paul testified, confirming that he believed it was Combs' personal time to be alone with Jane. Now, he's telling he has to tell the truth because he's got immunity. So he really generally believes that this was the freak-offs with Jane was just personal time between Combs and Jane. Just a personal escape. Paul testified that he often spoke with Jane, one of the Combs accuser, before a Wild King night and almost every time afterward. He confirmed that he never saw anything that made him think she was hesitant or a willing participant. Well, I don't know if Jane would really trust him in speaking to him to share the truth, right? Because Jane has to put on a Coke and a smile. Or Jane knows that she has to perform to win his heart because Jane is competing with these other girls that Combs was with. We've discussed that extensively on why Jane behaved the way she did. But he did say that Jane never confided with him or Jane never said anything that was out of the ordinary, like she was doing this under duress, or she was forced to do this, or he didn't even see emotional out of Jane. So Mr. Paul here, no further questions. He also testified, he just testified, this is also out now, 1 minute ago, CNN is reporting. Paul said his heart dropped when agent discovered cocaine in his travel bag. During cross-examination, Brian Steele asked former Combs assistant Brendan Paul about his arrest on March 25th, 2024. Paul confirmed his arrest was for a small amount of cocaine for Combs's personal use that Paul had accidentally left in his travel bag. So maybe that's why he took the rap too, because he knew he messed up. You know, he put it accidentally in Combs's travel bag. So why would he tell the cops there, oh, well, this is Combs. He's like, oh man, he's probably thinking I messed up. I should have got the drugs out of the bag. I didn't. Brought the bag. They got the raid. But how's he going to know that the raid was coming? He didn't, because the feds snuck attack him. Neither Combs nor Chief of Staff KK asked him to travel with the cocaine, Paul testified. So we also testified that. They didn't ask him to bring the cocaine. They didn't say bring the cocaine on the plane. With Diddy's case, it's not snakes on a plane. It's cocaine on a plane. But they might consider him a snake, though, because he's testifying now that it was Combs's cocaine. Paul recalled telling law enforcement that everything in the bag was his, and then his heart dropped when the agent pulled the cocaine out of the bag because he didn't mean to travel with it. You think Jackie still thinks Paul's covering for Combs. He could have limited, could have did some limited damage testimony. But he's testifying, though, that he hasn't had any contact or anything with Combs since that. Not spoken to him, but doesn't mean Paul didn't talk to someone else on Combs' team. He said with Combs directly. I haven't personally seen or spoke to Combs since. But guess what? Combs has other people working for him. So I wonder if Brandon Paul had any correspondence or communications with any of the associates of Bad Boy Enterprises since. He was a drug user too. But that's also showing everyone, folks, regardless of crimes, if you commit crimes with other people, most likely someone within that other people is going to slip, or they're going to do something on their own undoing, like Brandon Paul forget to put drugs out of the bag and ends up getting caught with the bag. And, sometimes people say, if you're going to commit a crime, we don't support any crime. But if you were going to commit a crime by yourself. Because when you get other people involved, you get people to testify. And that's where we're at here. I just feel like, and I'm starting to think a little bit, some of these people, I guess they just don't want targets on their back. Like Deonte Nash, when he testified, the stylist, like it seemed like he had no ill will towards Diddy. He's just there because he got the subpoena. And it seems like some of these people really are not really sitting there in their heart that they want to take this guy out, maybe because they're afraid. Maybe somebody talked to them on the side and said, go easy on them. We know you got to do what you got to do, but please, just make it more easy. Because it doesn't seem like these people have a vendetta against Combs, like really hatred, the way I'm hearing it on the stand. We don't know who One Stop is. All right, so redirect. We're back from redirect. So AUSA. Did you know what was happening in Wild King Nights? Objection! Steele objects to that question. Rephrase, the judge says. Were you there? No. Paul says. He wasn't there during the Wild King night. So he's confirmed to the court right now that he wasn't there during Wild King night. So really, he doesn't know what's going on. So that is interesting. He's not there. So for him to say, well, he thought it was all for personal, that's just his opinion per se, because he just testified that he wasn't there. So he doesn't know if it was really, in a sense, just consensual, normal relaxation time between Diddy and Jane, for them to do whatever. He wasn't there, and he just confirmed that. That was the first redirect question. So he's only going by what he saw or the behaviors of Jane before and afterward. His job was to clean up the freak-offs afterward, supplies and setups and things like that. But he wasn't in there to know what's really going on there. You could just assume maybe he puts his ear to the door or something, listens, puts his ear up. I don't think he did that. Here we go. And here's the next question. What did you think the $5,000 was for? Because remember, he testified $5,000. Steele objects. Objection. Judge sustains that because opinion doesn't really matter. What do you think the $5,000 was used for? Did you give Mr. Combs $5,000 cash in other contexts? No. So the prosecution's kind of trying to get in on that $5K another way. So $5K for the King nights, but he's testified that Combs never gave him money on that scale on any other matters. Only for the Wild King nights. Here's the question, and I would say exactly what I was thinking a couple minutes ago. You said you wouldn't work for a criminal, but you bought drugs for Mr. Combs. Yes, more than 5 times, less than 10. That's exactly what I said. When he got and said to Steele, he admitted, well, I didn't, I wouldn't work for a criminal, but yet you're getting drugs for it, Diddy. So that's where I was a little confused, and the prosecution's asking him now on redirect. You said you wouldn't work for a criminal, but you bought drugs for Mr. Combs. Yes, more than 5 times, less than 10. AUSA, how do you feel about Mr. Combs? Brendan Paul says it's complicated. It's complicated. It's kind of like, well, I don't know how I feel about him, Like someone saying they're in a relationship. You ever see those people in their profiles that say, are you in a relationship? In a relationship, single. And you should also see some people say, it's complicated. Yeah, I'm kind of in a relationship. I'm kind of not. Well, how do you feel about Mr. Combs? He said, it's complicated. It's a complicated thought. No further questions. No recross. Thank you, Mr. Paul. You can leave now. All right, so Mr. Paul, off the stand. Let me get the live. Let me see if there's a live feed up so we can see outside the courthouse to see Paul come out. All right, Paul. Paul now is off the stand, off the hot seat. Paul is off the hot seat, ladies and gentlemen. He's done. So I think it's very damaging. I think it was very, very extremely damaging on what he said. As soon as we get a clip of Paul leaving the court, we'll share it on JLR Investigates, scouring over the net. Who's next? Who is next? I think they're going to be taking a break, possibly, and then maybe they rest today. We think about this. To Nikki. Got your colleagues at work hooked on us? Thank you. Nurses for JLR. Hey, nurses. Hey, nurses. Hello. Thanks for watching. Miss Brown, thank you. Thank you. Glad you're watching. Shout out to all the nurses out there. Y'all are the front lines, the heroes out there. Nurses, doctors, all of them, man. I consider nurses and doctors heroes, man. I'll tell you what, I had medical issues and I got saved about a year ago. really bad for me. I was in the hospital for days, and the doctors and the nurses and the RNs and all the assistants, man, they took care of me. Much respect. All right, so Paul is off the stand. I'm assuming we're going to be on a break. Now, there's 2 names left that could be testifying. It's one of the 2. We could rest today. We actually could rest today because he's off before 11. They want to go to 1. And it appears they either have 1 or 2 people left. The 1 or 2 people are 2 individuals. Their names are Joseph Cerciello or Omar H. It's either 1 or the 2, or maybe the 2. So we shall see. Leaving with Paul, there's a report that just says, former assistant says his feelings towards Combs are complicated. On redirect, AUSA Slavic asked Combs' former assistant Brendan Paul what he believed was taking place during Wild King Nights. He said there was sex happening in party. Question is, does he I guess he doesn't think it was non-consensual, though. Paul confirmed that he was not present in the hotel rooms, so he did not know definitively what was going on inside the actual rooms. And he confirmed he didn't know if anything illegitimate was happening because it wasn't in there. Sitting here today, how do you feel about Mr. Combs? He goes, it's complicated. Before he was excused. So, Paul, we wish you luck. We hope you're clean. Paul, we hope you're doing great. And we wish you the best, Paul. Thank you for what you did. You got immunity. I don't think you're lying. Could be holding back some. Cool. And again, you might be still in support of Diddy, but we do wish you the best if you're out there listening. And thank you for sharing. Hopefully you don't get in trouble again. Do something like YouTube videos. Play some basketball or something. Be like the professor. Make some YouTube videos and show your basketball skills. Maybe he'll come out. Maybe Paul now that this testimony is over and he purged, maybe he will come out. Dana Trotter, thank you. Thank you, Dana Trotter. Thank you. So, yeah, we wish Paul the best. So we're waiting to see what the update is here. All right. Here we go. Judge. Government may call its next witness. Dun, dun, dun. But they always say first, some exhibits. Reading text between KK and Combs 4/25/2023. Goes on to say, Combs, I can't take it no more. Album not done. You can release after the studio. We control our energy. Whatever. Get me Frank. Ooh, Frank Black. Has to be Frank Black. Get me Frank Black. Is that Diddy telling KK to set up the hotel? Get me Frank. What's going on here? So, what's going on here? Diddy a little bit mad, it appears. He's mad on 4/25/2023 that he can't get the album done. You can have release after the studio. We control our energy. Release after the studio. Release. Release his frustrations. Is that what they're trying to do? That Diddy was mad that he didn't get this album out and wanted to release some frustration by having a freak off. It's what it kind of sounds like to me, some text between Combs and KK, 4/25/2023. So it's like an aggression freak night. That's the way it sounds like to me. Like he's ticked off because nothing is working with his album. So now he's got to take it out on a victim. 2023 at the time, I would assume would have been Jane, right? Jane. So like, whatever, get me Frank. Yeah. Sounds like he's going to punish someone because he didn't get his album done. But KK saying you can have release after the studio. So finish the job first. Yeah, I think that's what that means. But again, we're getting kind of like in like some of these journalists that are putting stuff out there. We're only kind of getting a brief picture. All right, so now I know who's taking the stand next. Homeland Security investigator Joseph Cerciello, Cerciello, Cerciello. All right, we'll just refer to the next guy as Joseph C. Joseph C. of Homeland Security Investigations is now on the stand. All right, so it is a law enforcement officer. Let me see if I can find a picture of him. So we got Homeland Security up on the stand coming up, but beforehand, they are showing text. This guy was the investigator for some sort of pipe bomber in the New York subway in 2017. He investigated a pipe bomber named Aklet Ullah. Oh, that individual, the Times Square guy. So this was the investigator for that case. Remember the Times Square bomber in 2017? Ullah Akyed of Brooklyn. So this investigator is on the stand that's coming on, investigated his case. I just did a Google search. The December 11 attack. So this is the same investigator who investigated that case is now on the stand. So the guy investigated some high-profile crimes in the past. That's the investigator that is up on the stand. Unfortunately, I don't have a pic. Let me see. I'm looking. I want to make sure I got that. There's people with that same name. I just want to. Nah, a lot of times these Homeland Security investigators, while we wait. All right, here we go. Look at this. Magnolia got it up on the screen. More stuff. Play the audio message by Mr. Combs. Combs' voice. Have Jonathan do it. Jonathan Perez. KK replies, John will go to hotel. AUSA, we have a bit more. Then we request a break. Okay. Message is shown on the screen involving Veronica Banks. And then that got taken down. So I'll look more into Veronica Banks. Veronica Banks. Something on Veronica Banks. AUSA is reading something right now. And it's saying, Miss Ventura says, you bashed my head in. Combs said, you're crazy. Stop talking. Flipping on me for what? We're taking a break. Miss Ventura. I don't want to be beaten down for standing up wherever. And Combs responds to her, I'm trying to figure out how to get this nut out. Whoa. They're playing an audio between Cassie and Diddy, and Cassie's telling Diddy she doesn't want to be beaten for standing up ever, and Combs responded, I'm just trying to figure out how to get this nut out. And you know what that means, trying to get this nut out. You know what that means. So it's like Diddy doesn't care about Cassie's feelings about being beaten, and instead he's just worried about getting his nut out. You see what I'm saying? That's crazy. Veronica is the alias too that Cassie, Veronica bangs. Whoa. You following what I mean? So Cassie's bringing Diddy's attention. I don't want to be beaten anymore. I don't, about her being assaulted for standing up, she says. And he's worried about getting his rocks off. That's what he tells her. That's his response to that. That's like your spouse, or you're supposed to be your spouse, and you're expressing how you feel about the relationship to your other spouse, and your spouse, significant other, and you're saying something bad's happened to you. I'm tired of you beating me, or I'm tired of, the assaults, or I'm tired of this toxic relationship. I'm tired of it. And then the spouse's response is, well, I don't care. I'm just trying to get my nut off. Pretty much what they just shared. It's just showing you how sick this guy is, and it's all about him. He doesn't care about Cassie's feelings. He doesn't care about Cassie being assaulted. He just cares about getting his rocks off. Shows his persona. That's exactly what they played. Now, why are they playing these things now in the middle of between? Like, why didn't they play this back in? I guess these are just more exhibits and different audios. But why play it now? Also dragging Jonathan Perez in this, about freak-offs. Have Jonathan on it. And KK, KK in the mix. Okay, Jonathan, go set up the hotel. It's crazy stuff, folks. And the audio messages just prove that KK knows, too. If I had a chance to interview Diddy, I would definitely ask him if he had the chance to go back and change anything in his life, what would that be? It's a great question. What would that be? If you could ask Diddy one question, what would that be? And Miss Brown says if he had the chance to go back and change anything in his life, what would that be? Probably never do the first freak off for him. But again, this guy is so demonic and so crazy that not only did he not stop when Cassie's lawsuit came out, but he was worried about being caught. He's paid off Jane's rent right after Cassie's lawsuit, like instantly. He had Robin or one of his associates pay off the rent. And he transitioned from hotel freak-offs to his own home to continue to have these freak-offs and victimize these victims. He didn't stop. And possibly all the way to freak-off, all the way up to his arrest. We still don't know about, why that stuff was in his hotel room at the Park Hyatt Park when he got arrested. He'll learn his lesson. He didn't stop. Come on in, folks. Come on in. JLR investigates. So are we on break? Are they still playing? Playing audio recordings. AUSA still reading. Still reading. Miss Ventura. All I wanted was to have a good time. And you took all your anger out on me as per usual. You drag me down the hall by my hair. This is not play fighting anymore. I was serious about Rita coming over. Rita. Someone remind me who Rita is. Rita's name. So still reading stuff as Miss Ventura. All I wanted to have is a good time, and you took all your anger out on me as usual. She's testified. We've heard it. You make the wrong face, you're going to end up getting punched in the face by him. Chapstick. Mr. Chapstick. Magnolia whipped that up, by the way. All right, Joseph C. is going to take the stand, but I think that Joseph C. will take the stand after the break. They're still sharing things that Cassie has said. Trial updates. Sean P. Diddy Combs. Joseph C. All right, last update that was on CNN about the former assistant. Pretty much we've covered everything on Brandon Paul. If anything that sticks out of the new reports that are up. Oh, look at this. I was serious about Rita coming over. And then it goes on to say, Boris had to tackle you, Puff. That's not love. That's possession. I have bleeding cuts. Who the heck is Boris? Boris had to tackle you, Puff. Here is Combs' response to that. What she just said. I'm not going to let someone SHIT on me whenever all I've done is to be nice. You don't treat me like a king. You was acting like a bitch. Oh. So he's justifying what he did to Cassie by saying Cassie doesn't treat him like a king. And that Cassie was the one acting like a B. Oh, great, Diddy. Great. So, because you don't get treated like a king and someone's acting like a B, that justifies someone getting assaulted. Blame the victim. It's everybody else's fault but Diddy's, right? Cassie calls it out right to him because eventually they started speaking again after that assault. I'm assuming this has everything to do with the assault. Cassie goes on. They go on. Cassie to Combs. Talk to your people and they'll tell you, or they won't. Since all they do is suck you. I've asked to have my record come out after 1,000,000 years. So Cassie's pretty much saying, talk to your people. They'll tell you how you are, but really they won't because all they do is suck up to you too. So she's actually calling out the staff too. Dr. Gatlin. Thank you for the gifted memberships, Dr. Gatlin. I guess you said two. Two people, new members of JLR Investigates, courtesy of Dr. Gatlin. Very appreciated. Thank you. Welcome, members. Welcome. Coco Mois. Thank you. Thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you. We're trying our best. We're like a big fam. We're all just talking, kicking it, hanging out. But pretty much they're showing that conversation between Cassie and Diddy. I guess this would be maybe after the assault or different parts of the relationship. And Cassie flat out told him, your own people around you suck up to you. So it's not like they're going to do nothing. She says, I've asked to have my record come out after 1 million years. So she's like, where are my record? My record. Combs says, Garagos. I would like to read other portions of those exhibits. AUSA Johnson, may I confer with Miss Garagos? Of course. Combs says, Garagos, we need a break. Okay, break. We're on break. Welcome aboard, folks. We're on break. So the prosecution and the defense is going over some exhibits that will continue to be played. Homeland Security investigator by the name of Joseph C. is ready to take the stand. He could be the last person. He could end up today. We're only to 1 o'clock today. 1 o'clock. We're not here to 3. So we got a 1 o'clock dealing. So I don't even think they'll probably break for lunch. I think they'll just break here, and lunch is lunch at 1 o'clock when court is adjourned. I don't think they'll do the 12:30 lunch break like they normally do. So I think once this break is over in the next 10 minutes, they're just going to go for the next hour and a half and call it a day. But the question is, ladies and gentlemen, will that be the end of the day? And the question is, will the prosecution be able to get this agent off the stand before the end of the day? If not, we'll be back Monday with the prosecution ending. And then the defense will probably be on for about a week next week, all next week. As we've discussed, looks like the first 2 defense witnesses are former staff members of Sean P. Diddy Combs, 2 former staff members and a paralegal that works in the defense. Those are the first 3 witnesses. Defense witness Vashta Wilson will be testifying, I believe, first, followed by an individual named Stephen Lind will be testifying, then a paralegal, and then possibly also a defense witness, a doctor, bringing a doctor by the name of Alexander Barday. That's 4. We don't know who's on beyond that. We don't know if Diddy's going to hit the stand. Doubtful, considering if Cassie and some of these other victims were on multiple days. You would think if Diddy had the dare took the stand, he'd be on for a long, long time. Longer than that 2 to 5 days. But imagine just bringing 2 to 5 days worth of witnesses, considering that we're into week 7. We're in week 7, aren't we? My goodness, time flies. It's crazy, time flies. Yeah, so that's what's going on. So I'm going to take a step away for about a minute or 2 while we're on break. Get yourself something to drink. We'll be back in about a minute or 2. And then we will continue testimony to the end of the day today to 1 o'clock and get with this Homeland Security investigator what they say. So I'm going to fill up some coffee and be back in a minute or 2. Stand by. Thank you for watching Magnolia and JLR Investigates as we covered the Sean P. Diddy case live testimony. Y'all are great. Be right back. Hey. All right. Coffee, coffee, coffee. More coffee. Third cup. Third cup. All right. So there's still some things Magnolia's been putting up on the screen. JLR organized his chat and went and made some coffee. I know, right? Cheers. Rico. Rico. You need coffee. We need to be energized. We need to get every meticulous detail of this trial. For real. All right. So they're saying. All right. Some things are going on. Magnolia has been putting them on the screen. I'm just going to recap here. With the jury out, Holmes' Garagos. We want to read in the next page. Miss Ventura saying, I love our freak-offs when we both want them. So Combs, again, defense wants to hone in that Cassie was at times initiating the freak-offs or even wanting the freak-offs or saying she's enjoying the freak-offs, saying things like that. The judge, there are in evidence, but for some reason we are just reading these to the jury. There were no objection by the defense. The defense goes, this leaves a prejudicial impression with the jury. The judge says, what's your basis for what you want to do? We didn't know they were only going to read portions. Judge says, you just want to read the 4 messages. Yes. So they want to put some stuff in. They want the jury to hear more of that conversation about freak-offs. And they feel like the government only played select things and the defense should be able to play certain things for the jury too. Particularly, they're looking for Cassie saying that she loves the freak-offs. She loves the freak-offs. Again, the whole defense strategy in this whole trial has been consensual. Everything is consensual. Everything's adult. It's consensual, not criminal. So they want the jury to see that. So I'm assuming the judge is going to allow the defense to put in those 4 messages. Because the judge is like, you want to read those 4 messages? Yes. We'll see if the defense or his prosecution objects to that. The court is on a break. So the jury is out of the room. So ironing out what the jury can hear and what can't. The defense wants stuff omitted, showing that Cassie was talking about freak-offs in a good way. In a good way. So we got that aspect. Man. Delicious coffee. So we should be on break probably for the next 5 minutes or so. Sometimes I give them about 15 minutes or whatever like that. Just like all of us, we kind of need breaks after hour and a half. Need to get up and stretch our legs and use the restroom, get something to drink, eat, whatever, stretch. But here we are. Here we are, folks. Continuous coverage. This could be the last. This could be the last witness here for the prosecution. Make it count. Let's see. Who could this investigator? Well, like we've already heard from the agent that found all that stuff in the hotel at the time of Diddy's arrest in New York. We've already heard from the agent that was part of the raid of his Star Island home. We've already heard from the agent who was involved with the raid at his Los Angeles home. We also heard of an agent that extracted things from Cassie's devices, which showed the Frank Black profile. We've heard from 4 agents. Here's a 5th. Who could this guy be? Were we talking about, oh, maybe the agent about the arrest, Brandon Paul. Yeah, I'm thinking of the arrest of Brandon Paul. That's probably what this agent is about. Probably, maybe not. What would this agent talk about? Some of the other things, because you notice each of these raids, you get an agent to talk about it. We shall see. We shall see, because Brendan Paul says something. You got to corroborate what Brendan Paul says. Each and every one of these people have been corroborated in some way, shape, or form, whether it's someone else by testifying or some sort of document or exhibit or record to corroborate. All about the corroboration. Court is on a short break. I hope you all have a great weekend this weekend. I'm ready for the defense. I think the defense, I want to hear what they have to say. I want to hear what the defense is to this. Like, are they going to, like, what are they going to say? Like, what can they say? What can the defense say? My mind has been thinking nonstop since this trial started. Like, what can the defense be? And then when it's revealed that it's two workers that are going right off the rip, I'm like, okay, what is that going to prove? That just Combs is a likable guy. He works. He's a go-getter. His company's legit. We work hard. He strives for excellence. He's just, he wants the best. He pushes people because he wants the best. All right, so the judge agreed. He says, I think it's fair for the defense to read the 4 messages. AOSA just wants to say, I didn't intend to be misleading. So if your court is saying that these 4 should be read, I should be the one to read them. Judge says, fine. Now we'll have a break. So maybe even the prosecution is going to read those 4 messages, not the defense. Here's what Magnolia put up on the screen, just to recap what's happening. After Brendan Paul left the stand, the AUSA began entering exhibits like audio and text messages presented to the jury with no witness on the stand. Documents, receipts. How about that? We'll use the word receipts, just like that agent Sandcar and Penland, the paralegal Sandcar and the agent Penland did on Tuesday. We didn't even have court Wednesday. We still got to hang out a little bit. We were hanging out on Wednesday morning. We had the suspense music. All right, so now they officially went on break. So maybe the jury gets an extended break. We might be here maybe to 11:45, I think, because, the judge is going to go take a break too, because they were ironing all that. So they need breaks too. The parties need breaks. Then they call for a break, and they are now hashing out what portions of these exhibits the defense would like to present when the jury comes back in. All right, so CNN has some context to some of these messages, and I'm going to read this. I'm going to read this CNN. It's a new report that just came out, so it's pretty lengthy here. We'll get that up on the screen in a second. All right, so it's titled here, "You treat me like a hooker, to be honest," Cassie Ventura says in text to Combs. Oh. The jury saw messages between Sean Diddy Combs and his former girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, between March 12th and the 14th in 2017. So later on, when the back end of their relationship, because eventually she's gone in 2018, she finally goes, gets away from him. You treat me like a hooker, to be honest. Combs sent Ventura a hotel room number and then told her to call him. Hours later, Ventura texted him, "What the F? Really?" I think it will always be black and white. You threw out all my SHIT. Yeah, see what I'm saying right here? What the F? Really? I think it'll always be black and white. You threw out all of my SHIT. It goes on to say, in later messages, she said, "You best my head in. You beat my head in." Later correcting it to beat. "You beat my head in." "You're crazy," Combs responded. "Let's stop talking. You dead wrong. Flipping on me for what? Flipping on me for what? And you can see it on the screen here. These are some of the messages that have just been played in court before the jury went out. He responds, or she responds, ain't flipping. I can come back so we can talk, but you know I fight, Ventura texted him. In later messages, Combs said, so we're clear this time. We're taking a break. This is really how you want to leave this. You sure? She responds, no. I just don't want to be beat down for being defiant or ever, Ventura responded. You treat me and make me feel like I don't matter. More confirmation that Diddy, she's accusing of Diddy not treating her right and treating her like she does not matter. But Combs writes, you started all of this. It's her fault. You started all this. She responds, I guess I'm not down with the abuse. It doesn't make sense to me. She later wrote, you hit me in my head 2 good times. That didn't make me feel good. I know I'm not crazy. But then Diddy responds, I'm hurt. You have disrespected so much in the last 12 months. It's all her fault. You disrespected so much. Oh, whoa, wow. You think you talking to on SIC of your little F boys. They can have you with that SHIT. I'm not taking no more. Oh. Later in the conversation, Combs asked Ventura if she had ever gotten numbers for female escorts. Ooh. Ventura texted Combs on March 18, 2017. You're at a point in your life where you want to party and have a good time. And I have to focus or I'll never become anything. She also wrote, I had so much fun in Miami. Then I realized I opened the door to that being my sole purpose is seeing you. I knew if I said no to it in New York, it wouldn't have been a problem, she continued. It would have been a problem. You treat me like a hooker, to be honest. You always want to call one, and you have one. This hooker has been here for 10 years. Oh, wow. Wow, he says. She flat out said, you treat me like a hooker, to be honest. You always want to call one, and you have one. This hooker has been here for 10 years. So these are some of the stuff that's being played in the courtroom here, ladies and gentlemen. Text messages. She's calling him out. He's responding by saying, more or less, it's your fault. You're messing everything up. That's good. Unbelievable. You know, every time she calls him out on craziness, he more or less responds and blames it on her. Says, you're messing up a good thing. You disrespected everything. Not me. Also, folks, it's more corroboration about hookers, prostitutes. Prostitutes. Validating the case, the RICO case, when it comes to the crimes. I mean, it's mentioning on top of testimony, but also in written communications. We're still on break. Welcome aboard JLR Investigates. Text between Diddy and Cassie over the years being played in court. We are here watching this case unfold, and we're on a break. So we got probably about another hour and a half at this point. Break should be coming back in just a few minutes. Then we'll get the Homeland Security agent to testify about this. But here we are. Day 27 could be the last person to testify. So stay tuned for that. In the meantime, I want to see if there's any clips of Brendan Paul leaving the court to find out if he said anything. Any comment of what he said. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. Texts. Texts are being played or have been played. Now the defense wants 4 of these messages played. We'll see what happens there, of what exactly they are, what they consist of. Most likely Cassie saying that she wants a freak off or anything in that sense. Ventura said Combs was about possession, not love. In a text message from Ventura to Combs on May 2nd, 2017, the former girlfriend said she didn't deserve to be beaten by him. That's not love, that's possession, Ventura wrote to him. In an apparent reference to the infamous 216 video beating. She told him that as soon as you get effed up, you drag me down the hall by my hair. Combs also says back that Ventura wasn't being grateful. Despite the brutal beating Combs inflicted on Ventura, the defendant still chastised her for not being grateful to him. In that May 2nd, 2017 text, Combs told Ventura that everyone else sees you acting like a bitch. If I did that for another girl, she would have been so nice and happy, Combs wrote, adding that wish I didn't waste my time and energy on her. That same day, Ventura appeared to Combs' chief of staff, KK, for help. Sure, you don't want to get involved, but no one deserves to get dragged by their hair. So again, KK also gets dragged into this, which the prosecution is clearly showing KK is involved. KK knew. Cassie expressing her feelings to KK about the situation. On top of everything else that's been talked about, KK trying to get that tape, trying to track down the hotel security, all that stuff. It just shows that KK is part of this too. I was scared of your rage, Ventura told Combs in a text message. This is coming from CNN, a new report. Before the break, prosecutor Schmeiser showed the jury a text thread between Ventura and Combs from May 2nd, 2017. Ventura said in part, "You get effed up. You drag me down the hall by my hair. I'm 30 years old. This isn't play anymore." Magnolia put something up on the screen that's interesting. I just want to stop and share. Multiple media reports of the last couple of days say that Jay-Z and Beyonce are sweating bullets during this trial, and they're scared to death that they'll be name dropped. 50 Cent in his little Family Matters mean video has Jay-Z on the milk carton. Remember the milk carton that says missing, and has Jay-Z? They are carefully monitoring the situation. That's according to media reports. They're worried. Somebody said Jay-Z is one stop. I don't think Jay-Z's one stop, but, it just shows some interesting things, considering that Jay-Z's dealing with some RICO stuff himself, Rock Nation, considering that Jane has testified about Kanye West and his girlfriend and the birthday freak off in Vegas. Jay-Z and Beyonce, they escaped that lawsuit that was filed against them. But they're like sweating bullets here. They're worried. They're probably in this chat, or maybe their people are in this chat. They're probably watching or this could be Jay-Z right now. Right now, instead of Jay-Z making music, Jay-Z could be refreshing his screen like every minute while Inner City Press is tweeting. He's either watching JLR Investigates, some others that are covering this case, or constantly refreshing his screen. Jay-Z and Beyonce, they're probably like refreshing their screen like over and over, because that's kind of like what we're doing. We're refreshing our screens to get the updates. That's what the media is reporting. They are carefully monitoring the situation. Anyone that has done a freak off in the past is probably watching this case thoroughly to make sure any of their names or connections to them or dots get thrown their way. Crazy. This is the report here I'm reading now. "I was scared of your rage," Ventura told Combs in a text message. Scared of your rage. Before the break, prosecutor Schmeiser showed the jury a text thread between Ventura and Combs, May 2nd, 2017. About a year after the hotel incident. Ventura said in part, "You get effed up. You drag me down the hall by my hair. I'm 30 years old. This isn't play anymore." "30 years old. We don't play like this. This isn't play anymore." Remember, Diddy groomed her. She also said, "I was scared of your rage. I talk out of line sometimes, and I do apologize, but that doesn't mean I don't love you, or your love shouldn't equate to what you do for me." Now, here's one thing it says here. Boris had to tackle you, Puff. That's not love. That's possession. I have bleeding cuts. Combs told Ventura she was unappreciated for a night he planned for her and said, "I'm not going to let someone crap on me when all I've done is be nice." He wrote, "Any other woman in the world would have been so happy. And your whack for not keeping it real when I and everyone knows you was acting like a bitch. Combs told Ventura, you need to ask someone how you were acting, and said, talk to your people. They'll tell you, or they won't. Because all they do is suck you. KK won't. Talk to her. Cassie texted KK, I'm sure you don't want to get involved, but he said I was an a-hole, which I owe, but no one deserves being dragged by their hair. I locked the door for my safety. KK aware. KK's clearly aware. KK is clearly aware. More proof KK is aware of the stuff that's going on. Yet, the word that we use often on the channel is deliberate indifference. She turned a complete blind eye to this, folks. A complete blind eye. She works for the enterprise. She works for Combs's enterprises, right? Yeah. So there you go there. Are we back from break yet? Might be back in a minute or two. And then Homeland Security Joseph C. will be testifying. Could be the last prosecution witness for the day. They might rest today. Let's see. And a juror has a son graduation to attend today. That's why they'll be short today. Friday. Happy Friday, everyone. 6/20/2025. Summer is here. It's getting hot in here. It's getting hot. Case is still hot. Lots still going on. A lot is still going on. We're watching in real time. How's Jay-Z and Beyonce doing? What are they doing right now? I really do think they're watching. I really do think Fat Joe is watching. All right, Jory's back. All right, Jory is back. We're done the break. The break is done. Jory is back. All right, so we know the Jory back. Welcome back. Guess who's back? Jory's back. Jory's back. Jory's back. Jory's back. Jory's back. Jory's back. The Jory's back. Diddy created a monster. And nobody, no. All right, so Jory's back. AUSA, let me read again. I had read the wrong version. Miss Ventura to Mr. Combs. You want to party and have a good time. I have to focus or ever become anything. You treat me like a hooker for 10 years. I love our freak-offs when we both want it. Ha! So what the defense just called out the prosecution by saying when they read that before, they forgot to add the ending here. You see the end? I love our freak-offs when we both want it. Well, the prosecution didn't add that before when they were reading it. And that's what the defense said. They were like, yo, they're not including everything. So the prosecution was trying to sneak that in without adding at the end, I love our freak-offs. So the prosecution had to read this again. With the inclusion of Cassie in this, I love our freak-offs when we both want it. So she had to reread it. Well, that's interesting right there. because the judge said the prosecution can read it. So they tried, I'll admit the prosecution tried to pull a fast one there and tried to share a conversation, but didn't put the whole conversation in the back end of it. They did. They tried to sneak that in, and the defense called it. Was like, yo, add the ending. That means that there are times she does not want it. Exactly. So I don't think that helps the defense in any way when we both want it. But there has been testifying all across this trial where she didn't want it. Exactly. When we both want it. There's times where she didn't want it. I agree. Stupid of the defense to insist on reading that part. It obviously means she didn't want and was forced or coerced. So, could that a strategy backfired on the defense? By insisting that the prosecution puts in that? Or is the defense just seeing short-sighted here by saying, I love our freak-offs, to imply that Cassie loves freak-offs? Even if it's just a few, she loves freak-offs. Therefore, if she loves freak-offs, she's with it. It's consensual. And all it takes is one time, Brandon says, one time, and it's a crime. No means no. You all know that. We live in a world. No means no. Even if you've done something before, doesn't give you a blank check to do the same thing over and over with somebody because they agreed on something before. No means no. Pretty much on anything in life, right? Even if you're, at one point, if you agree on something before and you disagree later and want to stop it, no means no. I think it even implies if no means no and then you want to do it again, but then no means no. No means no. All right, so Special Agent Joseph C. is now on the stand. Okay, so he's on the stand. They're done with that. She just wanted to just add that in. All right, so the agent is on the stand, according to CNN. The defense has no defense. All right, so here we are, ladies and gentlemen. The agent, the Homeland Security, we'll see what he investigated. I think this has to do with the Brendan Paul arrest, but we shall see. We'll just see. Homeland Security. Dude, it's so deep. You got Homeland Security. All right, so I'm waiting for this to come up. Prepare for the Homeland Security investigator to take the stand. That is who is up. Homeland Security investigator. Dun, dun, dun. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. JLR investigates. All right, so could be the next. All right, so this investigator. Okay, so he's more of a, okay, we got what this investigator is going to be talking about. He was not involved in the case. He reviewed charts of evidence compiled by the prosecutors that confirm the information in the charts correspond with the underlying exhibits, which include thousands of pages of text messages as well as phones and financial records. So he's more like a summary witness. Similar to what Penland and Sankar. Remember Sankar, the Paraliga, and Penland? He's the same way. He's confirming the information in the charts corresponds with underlying exhibits. So it's more like receipts. He's the receipts. And he's going to go through all these pages and pages of text messages, phone records, and financial records. So now we got what he's about. So it wasn't to do with Brendan Paul. Because I was thinking, like, what could this agent testify that the other ones didn't? Each agent testified about this stuff. All right. My name is Joseph C. of Homeland Security Investigations, 18 years. How many records have you reviewed for the charts in this trial. Thousands. What is the only female named in this chart? Jane. All right, Jane. Jane records. It's all about Jane. Jane Doe. He's reviewed thousands of records. Think about this. Jane, relationship, Jane 2021 up to arrest, basically. And there are thousands of records against Diddy regarding Jane. Thousands of records. Correspondence, flight records, phone records, thousands. That's why I think the jury's going to deliberate for a while, because they're going to have to review all these records. Don't you think? I think the jury gets to see these same thousands of records. Thousands of records centered around this case. And his primary is Jane. Might bring the other guy next, too. All right, so they're posting a photo. I trust the source here, so I'm gonna get his photo up here in a second. I'm getting it together. We got a face to the agent. So we'll get this up shortly. Stand by. All right, so thousands and thousands. My goodness. Special Agent, U.S. Department of Homeland Security. We might get into one of those things where it's all like kind of like a lull while the jury looks at things, similar to what Penland did and Sandcar. So might get into this lull, possibly. But now he's probably saying, you know, a lot of these agents come on and they start describing their credentials. I've worked this. I've been an agent for this long, and I did comprehensive investigations, and this, that, and the other. Yeah, so we're waiting on an update. And prosecution is tying Jane directly to the evidence, and I think this is all going to corroborate things that Jane has testified in the past too. It's all about the corroboration. Going back to prosecutor enters Ventura's text messages about loving freak-offs. That, remember, the loving the FOs. Before the agent took the stand, the defense entered a 218 or 217 text message from Ventura into evidence. I love our freak-offs when we both won it, she wrote. The defense has taken every opportunity to show some element of dual consent when it comes to Combs and his girlfriends having sex. Dual consent. Consensual. I'll call it the consensual defense. Here's the agent. Here's the agent. So here's a face to the agent. He reviewed thousands of records. Agent Joseph C. Been there for 18 years. So not a rookie cop. Not someone new on the force. Almost 2 decades. He knows his stuff, right? He knows how it all works. Just like any of you work in your career for 10 years, 5 years, even 5 years. You would think 5 years and more, you have top-notch experience at your job. He's worked there for 18 years. So he's not this little rinky-dink rookie cop that comes in learning the ropes. This guy's been around a minute. He's already investigated very high-profile cases, including the 217 Times Square bomber. I think his name was Ula Akyed. Turn off the screens. More secrecy. All right. All these exhibits must be provided by Monday, June 23rd. No time given. What's the name of the hotel? One Hotel, South Beach. Phillip Pines. 522/23/21, $3,050.90 for one night. Likely explicit, folks. Explicit documents being shared right now in the court dealing with a hotel. June 23rd. June 23rd for the amount of $3,050.90. What could this be? A lot of secrecy. This guy might be just like sharing documents and exhibits, and half the stuff we'll never get to see what it is. It's all good, though. It's getting them in. The jurors get to see what it is. The jurors get to see this. So we'll see exactly what they're talking about. We are here watching continuous coverage of the Sean P. Diddy Combs trial. Agent Joseph C. is on the stand. We take you to One Hotel. One Hotel. Let me check out the One Hotel. I'm going to Google One Hotel and see what's up. Anybody stay there before? South Beach. This is Jane. 2341 Collins Avenue. Oh, it's nice. Yeah, it's pretty nice there. One Hotel. Yeah, it looks like when you're staying in the rooms, it looks like the rooms is right on the ocean. So look out the balcony. The rooms are pretty nice. Average night stay at One Hotel South is $551. I just looked at Expedia, Priceline, Hotels.com, Booking.com. So it's a good one. It's a good one. But you see a price there, $3,050. One Hotel. Looks like some sort of freak off happened there, right? Now, yeah. I guess this is at the time where Jane is just getting acclimated with Combs. They're both starting out their relationship, right? During the course of the relationship. Unless I got the years wrong. Strange. They're not really necessarily saying the year here. 5/22/23/21, June 23rd. It's May 22nd and 23rd, 2021. All right. So again, we're kind of like in this law because they're discussing this sexually, I'm assuming sexually explicit exhibit. See what the Independent has to say. Anything additional? Now, the Independent still, they're all honing back in on Mr. Paul. We kind of moved on from Paul. Unless I see something really stick out. So we're at one hotel. Pretty nice hotel at one hotel. Do y'all listen to the Gina video? We're on a screen. Everything's sealed, so we're just waiting. Everything is sealed. Oh, wait. Hold on a second. Look at this. New report out by a statement by Brian Bieber, who is an attorney for Brendan Paul. He was subpoenaed to come to court and tell the truth, which he did word for word. Now that Brendan has finally had the opportunity to tell the full story about his employment, we are hopeful that the last 15 months of defamatory statements about him will cease. His attorney said outside the courthouse. So his attorney did give a statement. He's saying the last 15 months, people have been saying defamatory statements against Brendan Paul, and hopefully they will cease. Now that he's testified to tell the full story about his employment. I guess people for all these years have been saying things about Brendan Paul. Cease. Stop it. Maybe they'll file some lawsuits against people. Cease and desist. All right. And this flight, HSIC, Jane by JetBlue from New York to Miami, with the public screens off, play the Instagram videos, loud music. Does the metadata match up? Yes. All right, so it's corroboration of Jane flying into Miami, JetBlue. Welcome to JetBlue. I don't know if y'all ever flew a JetBlue. I like JetBlue flights. They got the little screens on the... And in the chair, you can watch TV. JetBlue. New York to Miami. Jane flying in. Documented. I guess this is also going to be talked about. One hotel. Metadata matches. It's just proof. It's corroboration. It's proof. I just don't like the public screens being, taken off, but it is what it is. Yeah, the title of that article, the last report says, Paul's attorney says he was never a drug mule. So, cut it out. Don't call him a drug mule anymore. He's not a drug mule. Some people still think he's a drug mule. I mean, you're out there sending drugs all over the place, picking up drugs and getting drugs for someone, which he pretty much said on the record here. Brennan just wants to move on with his life, right? And as we said previously, we wish him well. Hopefully he gets a success, learns from this. I'm sure a lot of these employees are traumatized. Doesn't seem like Brennan Paul wants to be in the spotlight at all from this, and doubt that he tries to capitalize off this fame. It seems like he's really low-key. He just wants to move on. You know, some people like this type of moment. Uses it as opportunities. All right, so yeah, they're just talking about a flight records, Jane. I'm sure he's going to talk about more flight records. People are sharing photos of this hotel. It's nice. It's a nice hotel. Welcome to Miami. Jane is like literally listening to like Will Smith. I'm going to Miami. Welcome to Miami. When she's flying, going to Miami, I'm in Miami. Welcome to Miami. Think of Miami like the Miami Vice music. South Beach. Diddy thought he was smart and trying to take his talents to South Beach. How'd that end up? How did that end up for Diddy? South Beach freak-offs. One hotel. Any comment from the hotel? All right. More stuff being played. Secrecy stuff. Only the jury hears. It's supposed to be an open trial. We're supposed to have an open trial here. Again, more secrecy. Things that we don't know what the jury is hearing. I wonder if all the secrecy stuff that the defense is going to use to justify on an appeal, too, when it comes to if he loses, which he will at some, I'm sure he'd get convicted, if not all of it, on some of it, but appeal by saying you kept stuff secret, supposed to be a public trial. Maybe the defense wants the stuff out there. Maybe they want it sealed. Nice day in New York. It's going up to the low 80s. We're just waiting. A lot of secret stuff going on right now in the federal courthouse. Temperatures 80 degrees. 80 degrees, going up to 83. 83. Already I drank my third cup of coffee. Shoo. We don't have an update. We don't have an update. We're waiting. Maybe we should play the suspense music. A little suspense music to keep the suspense. They're reviewing things in secrecy to the jury. Will the civil cases be televised? Federal court, no. Nothing gets televised in federal court. Transcripts come out, but nothing gets televised. Wish they would change that, both civilly and criminally. State? Yeah, I think some, right? State, civil suits. Some states, they'll put trials, both criminal and civil. Other states, not so. Other states, discretion at the judge. There was a few states left that don't have any cameras in the courtroom. I know Pennsylvania is one of them. Indiana is one, but they just allowed it at the discretion of the judge. This is the modern times. We should have the right to see this stuff in real time. We really should. This is not the dark ages. Openness and transparency. So stuff is being played. That's what's happening, folks, in the court right now. Stuff is being played. screens, public screens are off. What do we got? I keep refreshing the screens, see if anything gets mentioned that I don't see. We're waiting, folks. Yeah, this is more of a summary witness. This is the same. We're parallel, similar to what Penland and Sandcar did. Just there'll be little gaps in between every 5 minutes or so. Something will come out, trickle out, and then it'll go blank. Not as fast and fluid as these other witnesses when it comes to this type of charts and graphs and documents, exhibits. Last time with Penland, they would listen to literally like 10, 20, 30 minutes of freak-offs. Oh, and I put out the tweet, too. I thought it was kind of ironic that that juror called in sick with vertigo just less than 24 hours after viewing a freak-off. Made me wonder if that juror got dizzy because the juror watched these crazy freak-offs. The freak-offs got to be traumatizing for an outside party to watch this. The group setting, you're watching these freak-offs, you're probably like, what? I mean, the thing about it is, what's crazy is the jurors actually probably are seeing these people naked. Like, it's quite possible the jurors are seeing Diddy naked. Like, they're the only ones outside of Diddy's inner circle that would ever see Diddy naked. The jurors are seeing Diddy naked, or at least in a corner of a room. Got to be traumatizing, right? Now, I hope down the line, like, one of these jurors ain't secretly bringing out their phone and filming some of this stuff some way, somehow. And next, I just have a feeling some of these street will eventually be leaked. We put the music on because we're on like a standstill. Exhibits. All right, we got some new info. We'll put down the music when new stuff comes out. What's the name? Jessica Ruiz. We got a new person that works for Diddy's inner circle. Jessica Ruiz, Mr. Combs' travel agent. What was the charges for losses and damages? $6,000. Who flew on this one? Jane and Cabral. Cabral is Sly. Jane from LA to Miami to LA. And Cabral, Atlanta. Records. Prostitute records. Jane flying in. Cabral flying in, a.k.a. Sly. Sly the porn guy. And Jessica Ruiz, by the way, Combs' travel agent. We got a new name to Combs' travel agent. Jessica Ruiz. Jessica Ruiz was Sean Diddy Combs' travel arranger and is mentioned in context of text messages presented during his trial. These messages exchanged with KK, Combs' chief of staff, involve discussions about flights for individuals associated with Combs and a potential drug deal. So Jessica Ruiz. She's on Rocket Reach. From 217 now, personal travel manager for Combs' enterprise. 216, 217, executive assistant to the chairman of a talent agency. Jessica Ruiz, personal travel manager. Look at Magnolia. Wow, so much trafficking of prostitutes across state lines to engage in commercial sex acts. Oh my. And that's what the agent is doing. The agent is corroborating prostitution over interstate lines, sex trafficking. That's what this guy's doing. Sex trafficking. Sex trafficking. That's what he's charged with. This helps establish RICO, where a travel agent coordinated interstate trips for Jane and Sly in an organized movement. RICO. All right, we got more information that just is being said here with this guy right here. Agent's testimony focuses on chart with 44 entries from May 21st to August 2024. Joseph C., the guy you see there on the right, a special agent for Homeland Security investigations, explained the chart, which include the location, individual names, and transportation records associated with date ranges. Agent C is reviewing charts of evidence compiled by the prosecutors to confirm the information in the charts corresponding with underlining exhibits, which include thousands of pages of text messages, as well as phone and financial records. He said the 44 entries on the chart range from May 2021 to August of 2024. And the only woman's name on the chart is Jane, one of the accusers in the case. He said before accuser Cassie Ventura's lawsuit was filed, most of the locations were hotels. After the lawsuit was filed, none of them were at hotels. Very telling. Agent C said there were 3 of these events after Combs posted on Instagram video on May 19th, 2024. You know that May 19th Instagram video Combs made. That was the apology video. The apology video. The agent testified that the charts do not include every time Jane or Combs were at a particular location, but these were the instances with documentation to support it. So not every one of these meetings between Jane and Diddy, but what was documented. Similar to the chart by Agent Penland. But what I find most striking about all of this is after the Cassie lawsuit, freak-offs were done at homes, not at hotels. Which has also been, Brendan Paul testified against that, for that too. So, very telling. You were going to try to conceal your tracks, Mr. Diddy Combs, by you don't want to be seen at hotels anymore to do freak-offs. So because of the Cassie lawsuit, so you transitioned over to homes, Combs' homes, Jane's home to do these freak-offs. So you can't be seen. So you can conceal this. I think the charts are excellent evidence to corroborate what people testified. Plus, it's the receipts. We always say when bombshell stuff comes out, you always hear, show the receipts, show the receipts. He's showing the receipts, literally, right now to the jury. So people are talking, witnesses are talking, word of mouth, talking. If the jury does not want to believe people talking, this guy's backing it up with Jane, with receipts and records. Which seem like some of them are explicit because we're not seeing things too. And only the jurors showing. And also, Jessica Ruiz gets brought into this. The travel agent for Combs's personal travel agent. She could be in trouble too. Big time. Down the line. She got name dropped. Charlie says, this is how we build a case. This is how we build a case, ladies and gentlemen. So AUSA got this agent up on the stand showing the jury the receipts. None of them were in hotels after Cassie's lawsuit. He switched it up. He switched up the game. That he has in records. Because remember the time of arrest. Hotel. Time of arrest. What happened at the time of arrest? Some people speculate a freak off was about to happen. Or in the process of happening. He's testified. He shared a bill. Combs checked out of a Florida resort with $6,000 in damages. Witness testifies. The defendant checked out of the Bal Harbor, B-A-L, Harbor Resort on December 6, 2021 with $5,000 for bills for damage in 2021. We got an exhibit we're going to put up on the screen here. Combs regularly checked out of hotels with 4 digits worth of damage to rooms. This is what the agent said. Damages to rooms in the 4 digits. Corroborating earlier testimony. Now, this has been up there. Some sort of exhibit here. This is a exhibit that has been shared in the court. So they're sharing exhibits, and they just released this, apparently. Prosecutors have made that available for the public. Charts. What's this? What's this? Hotel damage report at London Hotel, room 229. Oh, he's reading a report that says bodily fluids spread on the floor. Pictures attached as evidence. Names column. Jane, Combs, Reggie, Paul, Cabral, a.k.a. Sly. A.k.a. Sly. Reggie. That's another one. Reggie. He was mentioned before. But the report says pictures attached as evidence. So they got pictures. The juror is seeing pictures of bodily fluids spread on the floor. Room 229, London Hotel. It's gross. I don't like talking about it when it comes to that kind of stuff. But we will mention it because I think that's huge for the jurors to see, to prove that these things happened in these hotel rooms on top of damage. Hotel damage. Room 229, London Hotel. I would be shocked moving forward if someone checks into the London Hotel and says, hey, I want to stay in room 229. Pretty crazy. I want to stay in room 229 at the London Hotel. I bet you there's crime tourists that will probably try to do that. I want to stay in room 229. All right. So, yeah, he's still talking about evidence, exhibits, bills for these hotels, bills. In the four figures. 5,000, 4,000. He didn't get into 10 figures, but we heard one of the bills, one of the hotels just the other day was almost $50,000 of damages. 50,000. Enough to buy yourself a brand new vehicle. Diddy Docket just posted something that said that the judge has ordered all government exhibits produced to the press by Monday. So it appears that all these media publications have wrote to the judge, including the Associated Press, American Broadcasting Companies, ABC, NBC, New York Post, New York Times, Vox Media, National Public Radio, Reuters, WP, CBS, all the media organizations. And they're complaining that the government's failure to provide timely access to exhibits introduced in evidence during the testimony of Jane. And the judge, I guess, now has ordered those things to be released what the government's exhibits are by Monday. So Monday will be a good day for us to get a bunch of records, a bunch of exhibits, and we'll share them on the channel. As soon as they're released, we'll share. That's coming from the Diddy Docket, who I think is doing a phenomenal job covering this case. Hotel damage. So this is what Magnolia kind of summarized what this agent's doing. It's more like a summary witness going over charts, graphs, some sealed, some not. The agent is reviewing charts of evidence compiled by prosecutors to confirm the info corresponds with the underlying exhibits, which include thousands of pages of text, phone records, phone and financial records. He said the 44 entries on the chart range from May 2021 to August 2024, and the only woman's name on the chart is Jane. Yeah, he's not going to end today. We only have a half hour left of today. He's not going to end. Nah, he's not off the stand today. Nah, it's just so much. He'll be back Monday. We really only have, what, 2 more weeks to the 4th of July. 2 more weeks to the 4th of July. 2 more weeks of this case left. Y'all sick of it yet? I want to know what the defense does. I want to know what the jury's. I want to know the closing arguments. I want to know all this. I want to know what the jury does. I want to hear conviction or not. I mean, imagine all our faces when we hear like what we've been listening. And I know a lot of you been here since the beginning, but imagine what our faces would be like if they say not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. The 5 not guilties. Imagine. I wouldn't have faith in humanity anymore. Be in shock and awe. Like, that would be crazy. The odds are against them, though. All right, so they're still going over these charts and graphs. As soon as we get some updates here, we'll share. As Magnolia posted here, the agent testified that the charts do not include every time Jane or Combs were at a particular location, but these were the instances with documentation to support it. So it could be others. The defendant checked out of the Ball Harbor Resort on December 6, 2021 with a $6,000 bill for damages, according to records shown in court today. He also left the London Hotel in West Hollywood, where he stayed from January 2nd to January 23rd, 2023, after doing $3,750 worth of damages. The damages include fluid stains on the wood floors, linens, and other areas of the room. Most of the time, these hotel rooms, there would be 4 digits worth of damage to hotel rooms. The agent explained how desperate Combs' apology video he posted to IG in May 2024 after the video leak. He continued to have freak-offs with Jane, and they were able to document 3 of them specifically. Not only the freak-offs with Jane, but the assault on Jane, too, in Jane's own home in January of 2024, just 1 month after the apology. I mean, he was with Jane all the way up. She last saw him in August 2024. I still think she was the one planned to be for the, at the time of the arrest, but we really don't got any insight on that or what that was really about. Who was Diddy planning to meet the day he got arrested? I think the feds absolutely swooped in because he was about to do one, but they never really shared that information. But I'm just speculating on that. Magnolia is sharing for the viewers what this agent is doing right now on the stand with this, as we wait for more information to drop. Continuous coverage of Sean P. Diddy Combs. And by the way, Brendan, again, to recap, Brendan's attorney, Mr. Bieber, don't know if he's related to that Justin Bieber, is saying, stop with the defamation of my client. It's been going on for 15 months. Now that it's over, cut it out. So he's warning anyone, please don't defame him anymore. I don't know if he'll face consequences or what. Desiree, thank you. Desiree Martin, thank you. Thank you for the support. I'm going to read down some of the comments here. Marcy, can Fed government expand charges if have to go again, if there is a mistrial? Marcy, the federal government can do whatever they want to do, honestly. And I'm shocked that he didn't get some sort of witness intimidation charges or something, which resulted in what happened at the MDC, you know, with him using other inmates' PIN numbers and things like that, you know, trying to reach out to people, trying to allegedly, you know, trying to get them to change their testimony or whatnot. Yeah, they could add on. They could add on things if there was a mistrial. If there is a mistrial, you know he's going to be retried again. Blue Angels are awesome. Nice to see you. Hi, Blue Angels. L. Atkins. Hello. Joanne, thank you for the gifted membership. Joanne gifted a membership out, courtesy of Joanne. Did that about an hour ago. I just saw that now on the screen. So, Joanne, if you're still there, thank you very much for the support. Another member of JLR Investigates joining in. We welcome all of you. All are welcome here. It's a spot to share your thoughts on P. Diddy Combs. Whether you feel like he's innocent, guilty, on the fence, you want to hear more. Share what you think. Yeah, and it is crazy, though, because he's explaining more or less with what he's talking about, the apology video. I mean, the behaviors continued after the apology video, which is even more sinister and crazy. All this, oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to get help, rehab, and all that blah, 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 blah. Most people thought it was a fake apology. He's still doing the stuff after the apology. We've talked about that over and over and over again on the channel. Like the guy just continues. He doesn't stop. He just feels he's either entitled or he's not going to get caught or what. It's just crazy. All right, so the jury is still seeing these records that appears to be possibly sealed or reviewing. We just don't know exactly what they're reviewing now. This was the last, what they've been talking about while this agent's on the stand. I believe this could be the last witness of the case. I don't think he ends today because we're at 12:40. He needs to be crossed, and a juror has to attend their son's graduation. Some people are still graduating. School goes May into June. I don't think it expands into July like that. And here we are. All right, so what's going to be said next? Dun, dun, dun. What's he going to say? Give us the juicy receipts, the documents, the exhibits. Does anyone know who Reggie is? Reggie just was mentioned. Does anyone know like Reggie? Who is Reggie? Because he's another name that got dropped, an entertainer. And I heard it before. But where did Reggie come from? Yeah, congratulations, graduates of 2025. Let you all have a nice, prosperous life. Andrew said, Reggie, the Pacers. I know who you were about to say. Reggie with the Pacers. No, I don't think it's that Reggie. Oh, my goodness. Y'all take me back to the basketball freak-offs, man. You take me to the Shaquille O'Neal and the Kobe Bryant and the Michael Jordan. Reggie. Somebody said Reggie from the Pacers. People saying Reggie White. Reggie Wright. Reggie White. Whoa, Reggie's. No, that was a name that got mentioned. Yeah, we are kind of like on a 15-minute delay, so kind of just talking a little bit. Magnolia made that meme up based off the new information about the chapstick. This look of Diddy is actually kind of what he's looking like right now. You know, his hair is gray facial hair, sweaters, a lot of sweaters and khakis. We call it the nerd defense. He doesn't go in there like a traditional defendant does, wearing the suit and tie, or a female on, you know, with female attire. I mean, this is kind of like a strategy that they're doing, a nerdy defense. Sometimes he wears glasses, look old, kind of like Dr. Huxtable type of deal. We're not getting any updates from any of the feeds right here. So we're just sitting by waiting for information to trickle out or any new bombshell stuff to get released. I'm just waiting for anything a bombshell, the bombshell information. JLR and Magnolia Investigates. Welcome aboard. Waiting for the bombshell stuff to be released. Yes, come on in. Shout out to all the other journalists that are in the courtroom each and every day. Reliability, Inner City Press, totally been phenomenal on this. Along with CNN, along with NBC News, along with the Washington Post. Some of these journalists that are getting the information out. There's other people on Twitter like Diddy Trial Updates and Diddy Daily, the Diddy Docket, some of these other accounts that are just putting out the information. I think they're all doing a phenomenal job. They're all getting the information out. We use some of their reports. This is kind of a place where all the reports, we just dump them in and share what's being said, different contexts. But we're stuck. It's been 20 minutes. What's going on, folks? 12:42. We don't have any updates or reports. Might have to put the music back on, Magnolia. Might have to put the do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Little suspense music until we get something. Because everything's suspense. What's going on inside this courtroom? Suspense music. Here we go. We're waiting for the next update. Jody. He is guilty of SA and murder, trafficking witnesses. I feel feds have not presented a full case. Well, Jody, I feel there is more. I feel there's a lot more. But they have to prove it too. Does anyone not think Diddy's involved with Tupac or Biggie? I mean, look at all those look at all the lawsuits filed against Diddy. Most of those lawsuits, none of those people are really mentioned in this trial. Each one of those people have a story. Shows there's more. I do think some of those lawsuits could be bogus, though. But I think a lot of them are legit. We could do a live one time and just talk about those lawsuits. Maybe we'll do it over the weekend. Who knows? We'll just talk about all the lawsuits. and like read it word for word, or at least the complaint. All right, we got an update. Here we go. Magnolia threw it up on the screen. Paul Arthur. Interesting. Here we go. It says, and these between Paul Arthur and Combs, then Jane. Arthur Fitness, LLC. Ooh. Paul. Is that trainer Paul? An ATM cash deposit of $900, then $600. And this, more hotel damages. Oh, look at this. Dun, dun, dun. This is something we've learned for the first time, I think. Was Fahim's cell phone seized? Yes. Yes, Fahim. Oh, Fahim. You know when your phones get seized by the FBI, indictment incoming. You know when your electronic devices get seized by the FBI, you are most likely being indicted, unless you flipped. But if your phones got seized, means you didn't voluntarily give them, right? They got seized. KK's devices seized. All right, we got more sidebar stuff. A lot of secrecy going on. Combs is Garagos. Your Honor, take that one down. Public couldn't see it anyway. Can we please have a sidebar? Judge, take it down. And yes, I think they were going on the Fahim route, and the defense wanted something taken down on Fahim. Something on Fahim here. All right, something, an accident. It seems like something maybe got put up that the defense caught quick. It was like, take it down, take it down. Intercity Press said the public couldn't see it anyway. But what was it? Can we have a sidebar, please? Sidebar discussion. David says that the minimum, he's guilty of sex trafficking at the minimum, without a doubt. Sex trafficking, in my mind, has been established big time through victims, witnesses, electronic communications, records, receipts, from photographs to travel records to phone records to banking records. That has been established, folks. That, at the very least. And I agree. I mean, unless the jury is just totally Diddy fans, a compromised jury, I can't see how they cannot find him guilty of that. A lot of secrecy going on, folks. Sean P. Diddy Combs' trial, particularly when it comes to these type of exhibits and records, they don't want the public to see a lot of this. Graphic details, names, other co-defendants' names dropped in the mix. They just don't want us to see. What's the point of a public trial if not everything's going to be public? This trial, I would think 30 to 40% of what is said in this trial is not public. There's a lot that's public, but I would say, if I could say a number-wise, I'd say a good 30 to 40% of this trial has been in the dark. When the jury puts on headphones, when they put the screens up, when they share around things and take things off. There has been a lot of secrecy in this case. We don't know what the jury is seeing in some of these stuff. Right? We're at another sidebar. Another sidebar. All right, so a new update by CNN. Hotel records show $3,750 charge for damages after one stay. Joseph C., a special agent for Homeland Security Investigations, testified that he reviewed documents related to a hotel stay that Sean Diddy Combs had in Los Angeles in January of 2023. Hotel records show the room was reserved under the name Joseph Chavez and included a $3,750 charge for damaged furniture. A report from the hotel said that there were bodily fluids stained on the wood floor across the entire room and on some of the furniture. The evidence chart referenced some of Combs' text messages with Jane, one of his accusers, who was using a pseudonym in this trial. The messages showed the two coordinating the arrival of 3 men at that hotel. One of those men deposited $1,500 cash at ATMs in Los Angeles in the days following the hotel reservation. Oh, paper trail. Follow the money. El Frico. Frico. El Frico the Rico. The jury also saw a message Combs sent to Jane telling her to send $1,100 to Cowboys for Angels, an escort service for flights. Oh, boy. Now, we got something else interesting here. There's a Jane email. I want to put this up on the screen. This has just been shared in court. But folks, the money, the transactions, the paying off the entertainers / escorts is being established right now by financial records where Combs instructing Jane to pay these people being paid, and then these same people depositing money in their bank accounts after the freak offs happened. Look at this. Now, this supposedly was a Jane email that's just been shared. 12/7/2023. Pacific time, I guess. 5:54. I'm crying. I'm so triggered by this because it's too close to some nights I felt forced. Please stop drugging and using women for your fetish nights. It creates demons inside of us and real trauma to women who are only doing it to please you. Let that pain on other women stop with me. Leave women alone who don't want to do those nights with you. Hire prostitutes and stop emotionally harming women that love you. Whoa. Yo. And she testified about, we heard her say this. I remember this same stuff. But now they got it in an email. Crazy, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely crazy. Leave women alone who don't want to do those nights with you. Let that pain on other women stop with me. Like she wanted to take the brunt. But she's like, yo, leave these other women alone. That's very powerful. More proof in the pudding right here. So, it's crazy. Crazy stuff. That's some of the stuff that has been released. There's more. We'll get that together. So we want to share. But, man, look at that. But going back to what was said, I mean, literally, the jury also saw messages Combs sent to Jane telling her to send $1,100 to Cowboys for Angels and for flights of an overnight rate. Boom! Records in the summary chart reflect that Jane and Combs stayed at the London Hotel in Los Angeles in April of 2023. Text between Combs and an entertainer documented in the chart suggested the entertainer joined them at the hotel. After the hotel stay, Combs was charged $1,800 for damage to furniture and linens. A security incident report filed about the damage said there were linen damage and smoking in the rooms. The report in part said the room towels appear to be soaked by baby oil. And baby oil is in the carpet as well. You're done, Diddy. You are done. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. We got even got crazy evidence. I'm going to show you some more that got shared. Jane's messages. This is crazy too. Look, check this one out. Incoming. We're posting more on the screen. Stand by. More coming up. Whoa. Viewer discretion is advised. Look at this. Look at this one that has now been shared. Jane's messages. This is what the agent is talking about. Now, you can read that for yourself. You want to have me suck some D so you can jet off to an island with Gina or Young Miami. 10/17/2023. And then this one, this is crazy. And have me do the dirty SHIT in hotel room after hotel room. This is what the agent is sharing in the courtroom. We redacted some stuff on here. On top of stuff that was already redacted. All right, we're back. We're back. But they said court's going to stop in 3 minutes. So AUSA asked the agent, did Jonathan Perez send this to Fahim? I guess it's some sort of transaction. Yes. And this is about Anton. Is it sorted by date? Please sort it, Miss Becker. All right, so some sort of correspondence now between Jonathan Perez and Fahim, the bodyguard. Fahim has been mentioned over and over and over here. Financial transactions, the bodyguard, the Mr. Fix-It. Fahim is going down. Don't get it twisted, folks. If you don't see Fahim in this case at all, which we don't appear to have unless he's a defense witness, Fahim's getting that indictment. No doubt. No doubt in my mind, Fahim is getting indicted here. So is KK. If they haven't already been indicted and they're just waiting to unseal it after this trial. And it seems like Fahim and KK are going down with the ship. We shall see. Because all these other players that have been mentioned in the course of this trial, most of them all testified except Fahim, KK, and some of these other entertainers. In one in particular, Sly. I think Sly I also think, and I think Anton, Paul, some people here in big trouble. Big, D-Rock too. Don't forget D-Rock. D-Rock. That's right, D-Rock. I saw D-Rock too. You're right, D-Rock. D-Rock is 100% in this. D-Rock. Now, I don't know what they're going to do with like Paulie, Ruben, Bonds. I don't know what they're going to do with those guys because it's been a long time ago. Those guys could be in big trouble here too. You know, those names have been mentioned at the time with Capricon Clark and the decade ago. So we got about 3 minutes left until the trial is over. But stuff has been shared. Receipts. Receipts have been shared. And this is some very crazy stuff. The email messages from Jane were sent to the jury during her testimony. We are only just seeing now then because of the delay with exhibits being docketed in a timely manner. Just like Monday, a whole treasure trove of docs are about to get dropped and was ordered. All the media outlets were ordered. They were shown to the jury. Not sent to the jury, but they're going to be sent to the jury when they deliberate. They're going to see all this. The media has filed some sort of motion. The judge granted it, requiring these documents that have been shared to be shared to the public. All right, KK in the mix. Goes on to say, who sent this message? KK. What does Jonathan write to Fahim? He says, I don't know if you're holding the 10K. 10K. Fahim says, trying to get some more now, more money. So we are here now showing a message between KK, Jonathan writes to Fahim. Fahim's talking about, they're talking about 10K. Fahim's trying to get more money. Fahim more involved with the money. Fahim has been testifying over that Fahim would be sending money to these other workers like Jonathan Perez, like Brendan Paul, to then distribute out to the people that participated in these freak-offs. We got something going on right now that the jury's seeing about 6/20/2024, 1 year ago today. Oh, my goodness. Yo, this is around the time she was assaulted, right? Okay, so court is done. Your Honor, I think this is a good stopping place, so we're ending early today. Jurors, you may leave. Don't read anything else. All rise. All rise. Oh, wow, what a day. Kind of lag in the last hour, but man. And Monday is going to be crazy because all these documents and receipts are going to be released to the public. So we'll get all that. We'll decipher through all that. He is not done. The agent is not off the hot seat. They're stopping at this one incident that occurred 6/20/2024, 1 year ago. This is about a year ago is when the assault stuff happened with Jane at her house that Diddy's paying for, the one that Anton came and she had to, do that on after she took a beating by Diddy. She had to perform oral sex on Anton. I think all that kind of stuff is being discussed. Because remember, the doors had to pay for the doors. And when they're talking about the 10K, Fahim said they're trying to get more now. How much did she get for that? Because she had to pay the dude and then also pay for the doors or for damages to the door. So it was over 10K. I think it was 13K or something like that. We know a lot, but we don't know exactly all the numbers of just so many stuff because it's just so much stuff. So much stuff in this. This is crazy, but that's what I think we're talking about here. All right, so the judge says, how many more on direct, Ms. Comey? Comey says, to midday on Monday. I hope Ms. Garagos can finish Cross by the end of Monday. Then Rule 25, Mr. Mark. Mark says, we'll be on a shorter side. We'll tell the government over the weekend. So it appears that this agent is going to be on the stand to about midday with the direct Monday. Then they're anticipating that Garagos can finish Cross by the end of Monday. So they expect this agent to be on the stand most of all day. And I think they rest, because I don't see any indication that they're bringing on anyone else. But we shall see. We shall see. Note detailing Combs's personal expenses were shown to the jury. Goes on to say, the jury was shown a note recovered from a phone of Combs' head of security, Fahim Mohammed, on April 25th, 2024, stating $5,000 PD personnel, London. The jury has seen evidence that Mohammed Fahim kept track of some of the spending reimbursement for Combs's personal cash expenses. So we got that. So Fahim definitely involved here. So one juror has a graduation, they're ending it. So everything the juries run the show. When one juror gets sick, they end for the day. If one juror has a graduation or some personal thing to do, they end for the day. These jurors have power. Wow. All rise. Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Holy smokes. Folks, we got some breaking news here. If the lead attorney for Combs, Mark, says this, if the government rests at the end of Monday, he goes, I think we'll rest Tuesday or Wednesday. Holy smokes. One day? One day? That's all the defense is going to do, and they're going to rest 1 day or 2 days? Are you kidding me? He just told the judge, if the prosecution rests on Monday, I think we'll rest on Tuesday or Wednesday. Holy smokes, folks. They're not even putting on a defense. They're not even putting on a defense. You got to be kidding me. They got nothing. They're just going to stay silent. That is unbelievable. We're talking about a case that could put Diddy in prison for the rest of his life. And the defense has a chance to show and prove, counter the RICO, bring people. Where's all your people? And you have the audacity to say that they could rest a day later or Wednesday at the most. Yo, we could have a verdict by next Friday. Literally, we could have a verdict by next Friday. By the weekend, these jurors might say, I'm out. Next weekend, see you later. I'll send the proposed charge today. You send edits Tuesday morning. We could do the charge conference on Wednesday and closings on Thursday. The jury could get this case by the end of the day, Thursday. Holy smokes, folks. I didn't think it would end that quickly for the defense. I thought the defense would be on for a week. We might even leave a week even earlier. Holy moly. That means a verdict could come in by next Monday, after that, or even Friday. This is crazy. Ain't no trial like a Diddy trial. All right, so apparently Diddy's going to stay back in the courtroom with his attorneys discussing matters to 2:30. Adjourned. We are adjourned. Ladies and gentlemen, it's quite possible that the defense only brings 4 witnesses. 2 that we know of that they said on the record. 3, they said. And the doctor. 4 people. All this case. Prosecution brings up 30-something witnesses here. I think 33. I'll count specifically. I think this is the last guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. It looks like the prosecution brought on 34 witnesses lasting 7 weeks, laying the case out of RICO, sex trafficking, prostitution, and the defense is up. And the defense brings 4 people on, lasting a day or 2, and then they rest. Oh, my goodness. I guess they're aiming for the appeal at that point. This is crazy. I thought we were going to sit here for days and go, okay, well, let's see. Let's listen to what the defense got and try to counter everyone and bring all these people. Bring on some rappers or bring people on. Bring them on. Where are the rappers? Where are everyone to say that Diddy's a good guy? Where's the character witnesses? Where's all the good people? Where's the people to refute this? Where's the one saying Diddy never did it? Nobody. Holy smokes, folks. The jury has been dismissed for the day. AUSA Comey said she hopes the government will rest by the end of Monday. Agent Joseph, a special agent for Homeland Security investigations, will continue testifying on direct examination Monday morning. Comey said she will likely question the agent through the lunch break Monday, and the defense will question him for the remainder of the day. Defense attorney Mark said at this point he believes the defense will rest Tuesday or Wednesday. Yo. I'm going to see if there's a feed outside the courthouse and maybe we could see Diddy's mom leave, if she's even leaving. Now, she could be sticking around. This is crazy. I mean, I cannot believe that this is going to end so quickly for the defense. Now, is that a strategy? Sometimes staying silent proves the prosecution didn't prove their case. Why would a defense rest quickly? A defense resting quickly in a trial is a strategic decision that can be driven by a variety of factors. 1, lack of prosecution's case. You got to be kidding me if the defense feels like the prosecution didn't put on a case here. They've and some with a cherry on top. Everything and some with a literally cherry on top. They also say a strategic advantage. Focusing on reasonable doubt. Some defense attorneys believe that simply poking holes in the prosecution's case is more effective than presenting an alternative narrative. Resting quickly can reinforce the concept of reasonable doubt by emphasizing the prosecution's failure to meet their burden of proof. That is ridiculous. But you might feel like that. I don't know. I think that's crazy. Last word in closing arguments. In some jurisdictions, the defense gets the opportunity to deliver the final closing argument if they choose not to present their own case. This allows them to counter the prosecution's closing arguments without the prosecution having a chance to respond. Strategic-wise, that could be a possibility right there. Could be. Preventing prosecution rebuttal. If the defense presents evidence, the prosecution can then introduce rebuttal evidence to counteract it. Resting quickly prevents the prosecution from having this opportunity. That could be it too. Rebuttal. Because remember, everyone the defense brings up, prosecution can cross and rebut. Weak defense case. If the defendant lacks strong exculpatory evidence or credible witnesses, presenting a minimal or zero defense may be the most strategic option. So they're saying that, you know, and then the defendant himself not testifying. We just got assurances right now that Diddy's not testifying. So Diddy does not appear. We can break that. I can 100% say, unless they want to say it the last second. As of now, Sean P. Diddy Combs is not testifying in his own trial. He's not testifying. The judge estimated that the parties will meet for a charge conference Wednesday and closing arguments Thursday. This is subject to change based on when the parties actually rest. Last second, do you think Diddy's like, do you think Diddy wants to testify? Does anyone feel like Diddy should testify? What about if he wants to and his lawyers say no? Who runs the show here? Did he pay the bills or what? What do you think? I mean, this is like really logical questions here. I mean, but folks, ladies and gentlemen, Sean P. Diddy Combs doesn't appear to be testifying. The defense hinted that its case could be shorter than anticipated, with its witness list possibly completed by Wednesday. If the government rests on Monday as expected, Combs' attorneys might be able to present their entire case on Tuesday and or Wednesday. Brian Steele told the court. This could potentially set the stage for closing arguments on Thursday. We could have guilty verdicts on Friday. We could have not guilty verdicts Friday. We could have a verdict on Friday. 1 week before that they thought 4th of July weekend. So I'm sharing more information to see what we got here. This is some crazy stuff. We will be back Monday on this case. Hopefully you will join us Monday. And who knows what's going to happen over the weekend. Who knows? Wow. I'm looking to see if there's any additional reporting or anything else. But I anticipate others to be charged here. At the very least, KK, Fahim, D-Rock, down the line. But we'll work on that other, you know, and I'll look more into this Rock Nation, Rico stuff, and also the Fat Joe lawsuit about him. We'll probably come on this weekend and maybe do some of these Diddy victims with the civil suits. We'll have a conversation sometime. Maybe bring Magnolia in, maybe not. And we can have a conversation over the weekend. But it's been a interesting day. Interesting day. So I'm going to blow myself up here. Final words. Appreciate all of you for coming into the chat. JLR Investigates. Let me know what you think. Let us know what you think. Thank you, everyone that contributed. Let me just see if I missed anyone before. Colored. They love Charlie. Thank you for the comment. Any updates on him taking the stand? It is no. Don't believe so. What about obstruction for the phone, Lynn says. Great question. Tari Seward, thank you for being a new member. We appreciate all of you. Thank you for spending the time and trusting us while we listen in real time what is up. That is pretty much the latest. So we'll be back Monday morning, 8:15. Be there, and we'll listen to the prosecution wrap up their case, and then it's the defense's turn, and we'll go from there. But we got probably about one more week, it looks like. One more week. Can't wait. And then verdict, watch, and all that stuff. So have a great weekend, everyone. Be blessed. I'm sure I'll be back on something else as we cover true crime 24/7, 365. Be blessed out there. Be safe. Until next time, JLR Magnolia Investigates. Have a good day, everyone.